Jones, and I'm here to tell you folks, the world has fallen. The fascist globalist overlords, they're implementing the Great Reset. You don't believe me? I've seen the tapes. Watch it, folks. Watch as these pot-bellied Zoomer goblins work with the Illuminati to pit us against each other. I promise I'd be a good boy.
Ugh, I'm a good boy.
There's only one cure, folks, and that's liberty. And there's no better channel to find freedom than Fabian Liberty. Anarchy is order. Government is civil war.
You're offensive. Police lives matter?
We're just trying to do school.
What?
You guys have the same sticker as the others.
But this is our space. You're making the space uncomfortable. But you're white.
You're fucking a white male!
What is one way you combat racism? I don't root for white people on the sidewalk.
They want your wallets, they want your guns, they want the wieners off your sons. Democrats.
Oh, we should film it.
So let's say, for the sake of argument, that all of the water levels around the world rise by let's say 5 feet. You think that people aren't going to just sell their homes and move?
Just one small problem. Sell their houses to who, Ben? Fucking Aquaman! Vaccine!
Children, they're spreading COVID throughout the population at higher numbers. And people are not entitled to turn themselves into deadly biological weapons by spraying disease-laden aerosols wherever they choose, randomly killing innocent people. This is not freedom, this is homicide, and willful ignorance is no excuse.
What the fuck?
Highest margin of victory yet. It's really impressive. Though, I'm starting to think he might have had help from the Russians.
Look at me, I'm a gay frog. I'm so cool, I'm so neat. I'll never have children and I'm sterilized. But the media says I'm totally cool. I'm a gay frog, I'm a gay fish. It's so good, and I think my daddy actually is.
Okay. We're here. Hopefully this works. I tested it out before, but I haven't tested it out on stream. So apparently if you have OBS open and you have Streamlabs OBS so that I can use OBS Studio for my virtual camera, it will it was like streaming a broken black screen stream because it was trying to stream through my OBS even though my OBS wasn't connected to anything. Like Streamlabs OBS did not fucking like that. So, and then like it broke and I had to like start a new stream. So we lost some people. We lost some people, but it happens. Oh shit, thank you. All right. Just making sure all my settings on the stream I like quickly enabled are there. Yeah, like see this stream doesn't have slow mode. I need to put 2 seconds slow mode up. Yeah, I appreciate it. Yeah, no, you have to have slow mode if you're gonna do a stream on YouTube, because if you don't put slow mode on, if you don't put a 2-second slow mode on, people will you get like a random spam bot in here that'll send like 1,000 messages real quick. But like almost nobody, like almost no one with 2-second slow mode like tries to type something in and doesn't get it. But yeah, please like the stream, because boost us in the algorithm, because we were up to like 15 people and then stream crashed, and like I have to rebuild people, and like if the links are broken from whatever they might have gotten from somebody, or if they like had the link from Discord or something. Hey, what's up, Crod? I'll be talking to Crod tomorrow, but tonight is about the DCS. It's about Admiral Gibbs' final debate championship, right? It's me versus Lactoid. Stream crash minus 1,000 algorithm retention. Rip. Yeah, dude, stream crashes can really fuck you in the algorithm. Weirdly enough, they can help you sometimes too, accidentally, because you gain like a lot of viewers in a short amount of time in your new stream, if you have to like start a new stream. And especially if those people come via an outside link, like a lot of people that like clicked my Discord link to be like, oh fuck, where do I go? As opposed to like going to my channel and seeing what's live under the live tab. Because like outside links, it's another reason why I like it when you guys are in Discord, is because like if you click the stream from my Discord link as opposed to on YouTube, YouTube knows that you were brought to YouTube to watch their ads and content, right, from an outside source, which kind of means that you might not be watching YouTube if not for wherever that outside source was. So it boosts you in the algorithm to have like an external link that brings you into YouTube. Not watching it like through like not if you play the play button and watch it in Discord, but like if you click it and go to YouTube's site. Yeah, Twitch does the same thing too, but Twitch will tell you, whereas YouTube doesn't really break that data down for you. But Twitch will show you like these are the percentage of people that like got here from in app, and these are the percentage of people that got here from like click through external links. And that's a huge boost to a lot of people. If you're trying to boost somebody and you know they're going to go live at a certain time and you want to help them, don't pull up YouTube, go to their channel, and then play something, right? Like the least effective thing you can do for their channel is it pops up like on your front page and then you click it. Because that just means like, yes, we correctly identified to you, the viewer, what type of content you like. But if you weren't watching this content, you'd be watching some other content. So YouTube makes money no matter what. So it's not this person per se, the reason that you're here on YouTube. It's just because you're watching YouTube and you like this, which still helps, right? Like obviously every metric helps, but yeah, oh my God, like so many technical difficulties and there was a rush. Look, there are 15 of you watching, there's 6 likes. Just click the fucking like button, all right? I appreciate you guys. I know I'm being a dick. Right? I started with technical difficulties and all kinds of shit, and I'm trying to get the numbers boosted so we can get back up and get going. Also, we are in the entertainment section. Sorry, I'm plugging something in. I need to test something, and God, please, I hope this doesn't crash the fucking stream. But I need to test right now while we still have time, so bear with me. Where I'm going to have to open OBS now while we're already streaming to see if I can use it as a virtual camera when I go into Discord, because it works fine when I'm not streaming. So we're gonna try this. Be prepared, boys, to like have to click through a refresh or something if this crashes me for a second. See what happens. Okay. Stream says excellent connection. Things are working. Okay, we're good. All right, so just for future reference, do not fucking open OBS Studio until the stream has already started. Do you remember that entitled streamer that bashed on her viewers for not donating? I don't know. I mean, I remember that being a thing. I don't remember who it was. I don't remember if it was like Valkyrie or like Pokimane or if it was just some random chick, right? Like, but I do remember that being a thing. What, did something happen from that? I remember, like, maybe I'm confusing, maybe it wasn't Pokimane, but I'm confusing her because, like, she was making fun of people for not being able to afford her expensive trash cookies. Also, I just hate Pokimane. Like, I hate that bitch. I think I have, like, a specific, I don't know if it's misogyny or if it's just, like, a me thing. But, like, I do have, like, a kind of, like, a very specific hate for, like, women that pretend to be nice and, like, pretend that they're good people and that they're all about love and positivity. But, like, do engage in shitty behavior, like, with a smile on their face. Like, that shit, to me, is, like, 10 times more angry than somebody that is just like, yeah, I don't like you, so I'm an asshole to you. Like, Not So Erudite, for example, right? Like, when she like, she'll pretend like she's super nice and shit, but she'll, like, try and, like, oh, no, I'm both sidesing things here. Or, like, remember I had, like, the last debate I did with her, the debate panel or whatever, like, she waited till she was last on an outro statement to do, like, a fucking, like, 3-minute diatribe on, like, why anarchism is retarded and all anarchists are bad and they're all for chaos and destruction. And it was like the end, like, it was her final statement after I had already gone, and she didn't bring up any of this shit, and it wasn't even relevant to the conversation. But, like, she knew that she was protected and in the clear, so she just did that. Like, she does a lot of shitty things, but, like, if Admiral Gibbs does it, Admiral Gibbs is like, I'm an asshole, you know? And I'm like, cool, you're an asshole. And, like, it's all part of who he is. But, like, for some reason, when I see, like, a woman do shit like that through smiles, you know, like, that shit just fucking, ooh, it makes me so mad. Like, Pokimane, for example, did, has famously multiple times when she's done something that, like, people criticize her for, like watching episodes of Naruto on stream, and, like, barely reacting to them and watching, like, the entire series. And then people make a video criticizing her. She goes on, like, she utilizes a team of people to copyright strike these small YouTubers' videos. And then it's like, what? I didn't know that was happening. I'm so sorry. And then she did it again, right? Like, so she pretends to be, like, this good person and this nice chick, but then she's just doing shitty things. And, like, to me, like, that, something about a fake bitch, I just really hate. That's why I have, like, a particular ire against Not So Erudite. And people are like, I don't get it. It's like, it's not that she does a couple shitty things. It's that she's fake. And I don't know. I don't like that. Like, there's just something about that to me that, like, really gets under my skin. But yeah, no, who said they were excited for the topic? Yeah, I'm excited for the topic as well. Here you go. Give me just a second. I'm going to have to, like, ADD lightning round this shit. Because this is my opening statement. We have 7 minutes. But this is going to take, like, this is page 1, page 2. This is going to take all 7 minutes. Like, I'm going to have to... Okay, I made this... That works. So what is... Why is this all out of sorts? Oh, not that. Why is it so much longer here? Okay, it's clearly too big on... Give me a second. So it works here. What is happening? This must be... There's a setting that makes the chat different in terms of size to where it doesn't fix. Doesn't quite work out. Whatever. It's not a big deal. It's something I can fix later. Isn't Erudite a piece of crap feminist? I mean, I think so, but, like, most people think she's a really good person and really nice because she smiles a lot. She pretends, and she's very polite. And she also does that like enlightened centrism shit where like she's like, everyone has good points here. And then she'll compliment you like while she's shitting on you. Like, Not So Erudite constantly will tell me like, oh, you're one of the few people here I respect, and you know, you're really smart, and I just don't understand why there's so much, why you seem to have this problem with me. And it's like this mommy kind of fake energy. Can you see where your viewers are from? Not live, but like I can see it like on YouTube Studio, like in my analytics. I just can't see it for like the current live stream. Like if I go to YouTube Studio and I go to analytics, and we'll go with last 365 days. And then we go to audience. Let's see. Channels your audience watches. Not enough eligible audience data to show. Videos growing. They all say low because I do a lot of live streams, so they don't really grow over time. See, when are your viewers on YouTube? It seems to be they're most on YouTube. Let's see. Saturday afternoon. You guys are on Sunday between 2 p.m. and 8 p.m. is when you guys are super active. Same thing Monday to 9 p.m. Tuesday, you guys are on a little later, 4 p.m. to 9 p.m. Wednesday, you guys are predominantly 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Thursday is when you guys are on the least, from 4 p.m. to 8 p.m. And then Friday night is a really bad night because you guys are only heavily on from 3 to 5. So like when I'm streaming, most of you guys aren't even on YouTube, which is one of the reasons I don't stream on Fridays. 56% of you guys are from the United States. 3% from Canada, 1% from the UK, and then there's like less than 1% from like a fuck ton of other countries. You guys said you have an active Friday night? What do you mean? I remember on Twitch you can. Yeah, like you can see a bunch of shit. Like I can see age and gender, right? My audience is 98.2% male. Who would have thought a YouTuber, live streamer, doing anarcho-capitalist, libertarian, nerd politics and debate bro shit would have a predominantly male audience? Right? There you go. 61.8% of you guys are between the ages of 25 and 34, with roughly the same 16.5 and 15.5 being 18 to 24 or 35 to 44. And weirdly enough, luckily, 0% of my audience is underage, and like 1.7% of you guys are over 65 years old, which is wild. Another interesting thing, 94.4% of you choose to watch without subtitles. Like you guys don't like subtitles and closed captioning. We have lives. Stacy, you are not fucking over 65 years old. I do not buy that. I mean, I'm somebody out there is, so maybe it is you. You know what I mean? Like, oh yeah, Shrek guys. It's not about when. It's not about like yeah, absent other data, they'll put your birth year as your age, but they'll very quickly figure out how old you are from your content and from your advertising and from other data linked. Like no lie, if you put that you're like, oh, I'm 70 on YouTube, they're not going to track you as 70 for very long if you use YouTube with any regularity. They'll be able to tell from the content you watch, like what ads you watch, what ads you click through, whether or not you have an ad blocker, what your IP address is, a whole bunch of that. They'll connect it with metadata. Like if you put your birthday and it doesn't match all the other data, they'll immediately tag you as an outlier, figure it out, and then they'll report that data to me. Obviously not broken apart. They know they can tell what age range you're in pretty easily. What in the fuck is this goofy ass song? Piz and Beats instead of like Puss in Boots. No thank you. Actually, hold on. We want to go back to that. Oh, that's right. I'm not currently paying the premium. Just so you know, I don't know if you guys noticed this, but on screen, not necessarily in chat, but on screen, you will always see the pretzel rocks. So I don't get copyright strikes from the music I play. Is another reason why because I could pay for it, and like I paid for pretzel rocks before premium and then cut it off, and then I would get copyright strikes all the time, and I'd have to prove that I pay for the music, like on literally every stream. So like now I'm like, well, fuck that. I just put it on the stream and now I don't have to pay. And now you guys know that that's, that I'm listening to Monday Crescendo if you just look at the screen right here. His birthday is the same as Nagasaki bomb. He was born August 9th, 1945. I know that because I do research. Not because I memorized the bombing date, but because we're going to be talking about nukes today. So obviously I know, August 6th and August 9th, 1945. Because, you can't talk about nukes and the state using nukes without mentioning Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Well, hopefully some more people will get in here. Once again, Rudy, I was dealing with all kinds of other shit. If you're still here, again, thank you for the gifted memberships. Guys, if you don't have a membership already, it's only $4, for the month. And all you got to do is pay $4 and you get some emojis and a little badge. Though personally, I would say save your money on the memberships and super chat me, because I get the same percentage of super chats as I do memberships. And if you just want to support, memberships are great. But I always answer super chats. So I think if you have like a quick question, whenever it is, super chats are probably a better usage of your money. Scott, if I make a nuke, am I violating the non-aggression principle? I mean, it depends. Like, are you intersubjectively communicating a threat to other people by making your nuke? Right? So like, if you're a company that's insured and you're making nukes, no, you're not violating the NAP. But if you're like some dude in his basement and you're just like handling a bunch of dangerous ass material in a neighborhood and like everyone knows, and like you're communicating like a genuine potentiality of like blowing up the neighborhood by accident, then that's kind of the same thing as like a negligent discharge of a firearm, right? Like if I just go outside and I grab a gun and then I just start shooting a gun in the air, like not even fully in the air, but like at a high angle in the neighborhood, right? I'm communicating like a serious threat to everybody because I'm acting like a fucking crazy person and I'm utilizing a weapon in such a way that it communicates that I'm super irresponsible and that like I'm engaging in behavior that could potentially harm people, and it becomes a threat, right? Like it's the same reason why if someone pulls a gun up and puts their finger in the trigger well and the safety is off and the hammer is cocked and I'm pointing the firearm at you, right? It's not a violation of the non-aggression person to move and grab that person and remove a firearm from them, or to pull out your gun and shoot that person. You have communicated to whomever you're pointing the gun at, that kind of thing, right? And so the same thing is true of, like, if, let's say, you already have a nuclear warhead facility and then you arm the nuke and point it, well, then you can be nuked regardless of, I don't need to wait for you to shoot the nuke before doing what I can to stop said situation. So, like, yeah, if you're, let's take nukes out of it, for example. If you're just like a meth head in a neighborhood and you're building a meth lab that's like super dangerous and you're not taking precautions, at a certain point you are communicating a threat to other people's property by your behavior. But again, threats become, once we start getting into the domain of threats, it becomes difficult to understand, because it has to be intersubjectively understood, right? You know, like, I'm gonna fucking kill you are words, and so are, like, go kill yourself, right? Like, those are both words, but one of them is communicating a threat and the other one isn't communicating a threat. They're both aggressive, not in terms of like violations of non-aggressive policy, but they're both charged with like certain things. But like, what if it's a joke? You know what I mean? And everyone knows it's a joke because it's like a common phrase, or it's part of an idiom in your culture, right? So it depends upon the people in the area, what it is that you're communicating. And if your actions are communicating a high level of risk and irresponsibility in something that can explode around you, then, like, yeah, you essentially you become a threat to those other people around you. U.S. pointed nukes at us from Cuba. Yeah, I mean that's a like nukes get more complicated, and I'm sure we'll get into this in the debate because of the aspect of collateral damage and what is the reasonable force to stop a threat. Like if a nuke is, you know what I mean? Like, let's say I have a machine with a button that can destroy the world, right? And then somebody pulls a gun out in front of me and says they're going to kill me. Am I justified in pushing the button? Every human in the world dies now, right? Except for me. Well, the answer is like, do I have a gun with me? Do I have any other things with me? If all I have to protect and defend myself is this button that can destroy the entire world except for me, technically speaking, you're justified in doing it. It's like save a penny to save a world, but the opposite, right? Google AI. Aggression is a behavior that is intended to cause harm to a person, animal, or property. It can be physical, verbal, or emotional. Aggression can be impulsive, accidental, or hostile. Yeah. Actually, not that bad of a definition. It doesn't necessarily work right with within our philosophy. But I think that's colloquially, that's a pretty accurate assessment. Words are not the same as physical, visible, actionable threats. True. It's absolutely true. Physical behavior trumps words always. Because actions prove via the theory of human action what it is that you value. So actions can't lie, but words can. Like a human can obviously engage in the action of lying, right? But in that moment, you've proven that is what it is that you value by lying, right? Like if I can tell you constantly, I don't want to smoke, I don't like vaping. Vaping's bad for you. I'll never vape again. And then I sit here and vape, right? Like my behavior proves that I do indeed in this moment want to vape, even if I find it distasteful. Even if there are things about it that are bad that I don't like, I prove that in my core, who I am, like when all of my values are added up, I value in the immediacy right now, hidden the vape more than I do whatever it is I fucking said. Unless you think your car driving provides a widespread ecological impact. Oh, what? I'm missing shit. This is why you guys got to pay to super chat. And I always answer super chats. Sometimes I just check in and I don't know what the fuck's going on in chat. Especially on the busy nights, which I'm not telling you to save all your super chat money until we're super busy. But it does tend to be more valuable then, if I'm just being real. But also, they help the channel grow and they help the community grow, which, makes more of those in the future. So when Chernobyl exploded, the radioactive winds didn't impact nearly the entire European continent. I don't know what's going on with this conversation, but I can tell that you guys are fired up for this topic. And I'm excited to very soon. Everyone jump in a VC in my Discord a few minutes before the start time, and I'll move you in. Yeah, word. So obviously we got, we got 24 minutes. Good. Could it be possible if I can do 7:30 if that works? Yeah, 7:30 is fine. Oh my God. All right, I have a bone to pick with Admiral Gibbs. I don't know if I'm going to pick it tonight. But I'm in his fucking his CST DCS finals, right? 7:30 Central Standard Time, that's what it is. The DCS finals thing. And but I'm also in the general one where everybody that was in the debate, I gotta leave this shit. I'm gonna leave this. Every time I check my fucking Discord DMs, I have 200 messages from him talking to other people in there. It's wild. If it's a human GIMP that identifies as a tiger, yes. Dude, I love out of context chat messages sometimes. Is it okay for me to walk my pet tiger without a leash or a muzzle? This is again, this is the intersubjectivity of aggression. There are elements, there are objective means by which something is or isn't aggression, right? But when we're talking about threats are the social context is relevant in a threat, right? Because it matters. It matters if I live in Texas in a neighborhood where half the neighborhood owns tigers, well then me walking my pet tiger isn't really a threat if I'm walking it in a neighborhood where everybody kind of already knows that's the deal. But if I then go to New York City, Sigmund and Freud style, or Sigmund and not Sigmund and Freud, fucking Sigmund and what was that fucking magic tiger fucking thing where he ended up getting mauled by the tiger? I can't think of the fucking name. But regardless, I roll up in fucking sequins being I'm doing a show, boys. And there's no leash and no safety precautions. And I'm just on fucking, I'm just on a fucking busy ass street in Manhattan. All of a sudden, that's a serious problem and a threat. You know what I mean? And there's a gray area between these things. Are you communicating a threat or are you not communicating a threat? Is, it's not held in the mind of the person. Rather, it becomes a system that is important to ethics for how the community resolves and understands things. And there is a right answer. There is an objective answer, but we lack the perfect knowledge to always be able to discover what that right answer is, especially when things get into the weird gray area. Nuclear missile exploding a nuclear power plant is almost as likely as nuclear war. Well, we'll get into it, boys, because I'm going full-blown ANCAP with it tonight. And we're gonna have some fun. It's a bit of a meme debate, but it's gonna be fun nevertheless. Siegfried and Roy, that's what it was. My brain was stuck on Sigmund Freud. Scott's favorite historical era. There's a quick video I want to show you guys before we get in here, but that this is just us chit chatting, right? It's not super important to the topic or anything, but let me find it for you guys real quick because I thought it was extremely interesting. Maybe not extremely interesting. That might not be the right word, but it's a very quick Well, you'll see. Let me just find it real quick. Aha.
I don't raise rents.
Hey, bitch. All right, there we go. Cut this off. Bring this over here. Bring this over here. Pop this up. I saw this when I was like strolling through like shorts late at night. And I was like, man, I got to talk about this. So I want you guys to see this. And then discuss.
I don't raise rents, believe it or not.
What?
Yeah.
Really? Why not?
My thought is if I have a really good tenant who always pays on time and no issues, I would rather just not raise the rent and keep them there a long time. And if they do move out, then it's kind of like gravy to me because I'm able to rent it out for even more to the next tenant and then tell them they could stay there as long as they want at that price.
Yeah.
And for me, I've had some tenants now for 7 or 8 years.
Okay. That's my next liked video. You guys should check this out. I fucking loved this video. All right, so I wanted to discuss this. Because it's very interesting to me because everyone in the comments and like basically everyone that isn't a libertarian saw this video and was like, wow, look at the greedy piece of shit capitalist, Kevin O'Leary, that is known for being a greedy piece of shit capitalist. And like their concept is, he can't imagine, like you just look at the comments, like it has never occurred to Kevin in his life that he could be generous or nice to someone. He literally doesn't understand the concept of not wringing the peasants dry for everything they have. Kevin asks, really, why not? Out of genuine concern and confusion. He literally can't wrap his head around why you wouldn't milk a tenant for as much as legally possible. And so what everyone here is missing that doesn't have a libertarian frame of mind, and it's very interesting that nobody understands this, is that Kevin O'Leary immediately goes, right, and he gets it. And what he gets is that both of these people are motivated by greed and profit. Both of these people, their sole purpose in doing this is greed and profit. Maybe not their sole purpose, but their primary purpose. Okay, Kevin O'Leary is like, okay, but you're losing money because the rent rates go up across the board. Why wouldn't you just increase your rent? And then this guy responds and is like, yeah, because they're good tenants and they pay on time. And so I'm willing to keep a good tenant that pays on time, even though it's not my potential maximum profit, because they're a low risk investment. Okay. They are someone that is not going to, like, they pay on time. They don't damage the property. They're a good tenant. Because I own this property, I don't want this property damaged. And then if I raise the rent and, they end up having to leave because of the increase in price, then I have to search for a new tenant, which means that like my building remains potentially empty for a period of time. And so that's money lost that I have to recoup with increased prices, right? And then if I get somebody and they turn out to be a bad tenant, then that is a nightmare. Like I have to, like I'm going to lose money from property damage. I might even need to hire lawyers. I might lose money because they don't pay on time. I might need to go through eviction shit. Like he is showcasing that the value of a tenant, he's basically saying, I'm motivated by greed and profit, but a bird in the hand is worth more than two in the bush, right? It is I have a tenant that pays on time and is a good tenant, and the potential risk of an empty apartment or house, the potential risk of paying fees, not getting paid on time, property damage, all of these other potential risks when you get a new tenant is not worth the 5, 10, 12% increase in rent year over year. And he even says, like, I've had people that are with me for 6 or 7 years, and he's like, and then when they leave, I can jack up the prices again, and like we're all good. I can meet the market at the market demand in that moment. And it's very, very interesting to me how like this guy is seen as the greedy piece of shit capitalist. And this guy who is also a capitalist is also motivated by profit and is also motivated by greed is considered to be not greedy, is considered to be like good-natured and altruistic. When really what you're discovering here is This guy is stupid in the way that he engages in trying to nickel and dime people, loses faith, loses good people, engages in a much more risky kind of investment strategy. And this guy garners good faith, and this guy, is more stable in his kind of like risk reward scenario. But they're both greedy capitalists motivated by profit. And like nobody recognizes that. And it's just, I thought it was, I don't know, I just kind of wanted to play it because I thought it was super interesting. All right, let me go back here, bring this back. Okay. Do you think that aggression is defined by intention or action? It's defined by action, not intention. If someone intends to aggress but doesn't communicate it, is that aggression? So if you intend to aggress but you don't communicate it, right, then what you're saying is that you haven't taken any steps or actions that could be recognizable as a form of aggression. And so is that really an intent, or is that just a thought, right? Like, okay, maybe you plan to rob a bank, okay? But you never write down that you're going to rob a bank, right? Because you never engage in any steps to actually rob a bank. Is that a true intent to rob the bank, right? Because if I discover someone, let's say, that doesn't rob a bank, but they get together a crew to rob a bank, and they get a car that has like no license plates or whatever to rob a bank, right? And then they have meetings that are recorded, and they have like maps, and they have like all of the things planned out to rob a bank. And then they go there that day and they engage in like some suspicious activity that causes people to investigate them. And then they recognize security's too high, we're not going to do this today, right? Well, they never robbed the bank, but they have communicated once the investigation occurs in fuck tons of ways their intent and desire to rob a bank and to engage in aggression. And then you go, but the intent is communicated, but the actual crime isn't communicated. And when it comes to restitution and retribution, right, you do not deal with the potential bank robbery. What you're dealing with is their suspicious behavior that caused an investigation, that they communicated their desire to rob a bank, which is a threat. And then once, like in some way, because they slipped up, and we have all of this proof of their desire and engagement to do it. And so now my restitution and retribution is the cost of the investigation, the cost of whatever security measures we need to do to ensure that all these people are tracked down, and that they're like, and that they pay for what's going on. So it's a much lesser crime than if they successfully robbed the bank, right? Because they never actually did rob the bank. It was luckily caught before. But they have committed a form of threat or aggression by engaging in suspicious activity, and during the course of the investigation of said suspicious activity, they have communicated a desire to rob the bank. And they've communicated a plan of action to rob a bank. Hopefully that answers the question thoroughly. Because like a crime is made up of multiple things, just like tying your shoes, right? Like you engage in tying shoes. Like when you're teaching a kid to tie their shoes, you have to go step by step to teach them step by step how to tie your shoes. And then eventually tying your shoes becomes one action. Or even a better one is like clean your room, right? If I say go clean your room to my kids, my children are toddlers. If I tell them to clean the room, they're not going to be able to do it. They're just going to be they're going to walk into a room with a bunch of toys strewn about, and like a bed that needs to be made, and like, the breakfast that I made that I like let them eat in my bedroom as opposed to at the table because it's finger food. There's like going to be half eaten on a plate, right? And if I say clean the room up, they're not going to understand all of that. So I have to be like, hey, we're going to clean up, kids. Like, hand me that plate with that food in it. Let's go put it in the trash can. Okay, let's go rinse it off. Okay, now let's rinse off. Let's put it in the dishwasher, or let's go back to the room. All right, there's Legos everywhere. Let me grab the Lego box. Help me put the Legos in the bag. And they can help me with all of these things. And eventually they begin to understand and associate that all of these things are minor actions that are a part of cleaning your room, right? And then eventually I'm going to be like, hey, clean your room. And then I'm going to come in as an adult, you know, like to like a teenager, and I'm going to be like, hey, fucker, I told you to clean your room. Your room's not clean. And they're like, I did clean my room. And I'm going to have to explain to them and rehash what they should have learned when they were fucking toddlers, right? That like, yes, you made your bed. Yes, you picked up some trash and you straightened up, but you threw all your dirty clothes into the fucking, into the closet to hide them. And you didn't clean out the fucking whatever was underneath your bed, and like you have dirty dishes in your room, and these are all parts of cleaning your room. So you failed to complete one task that's made up of multiple parts. The reason I asked is because Casimir has claimed that intent is the primary factor, but I don't know his reasoning. Yeah, Casimir does have an argument that intent is the thing. That if we had perfect knowledge, like I believe, you know, if Casimir comes in and corrects me, then all power to it. I believe that Casimir's argument is that like if we had perfect knowledge, we would recognize that aggression starts from intent, and so we utilize behavior as proof of intent, and so that the legal theory is you know that the legal theory is derived from the fact that the behavior is how we prove the thing of which that we don't know, which is we cannot read thoughts, right? So but like the crime begins with the intent to commit the crime. It's an interesting philosophical conundrum because I have issue with understanding the difference between thinking about doing a thing and then genuinely intending to do the thing, right? If we're able to differentiate between thinking about doing a thing or a desire to do a thing as opposed to genuinely attempting to do a thing, I can kind of get behind his statement. But from a psychological point of view, I don't know that there is a whole lot of difference between those two. And I think the concept, like the concept of intent is a lot more complicated psychologically in terms of whether or not they're actually intending to do the thing, right? So but with a perfect knowledge scenario like Casimir, I think would reference, we would know that distinction, and I think he has a good argument that he might be right. But I have a hard time saying that even if we have a thought reading machine, intent is more complicated than I'm gonna go do this thing and having that thought, right? Because you can stop yourself from doing that. Even if you start to take the first steps, you can say, no, it's gone too far. Okay, well, in the past you intended to do a crime, but in the present you no longer intend to do the crime. Okay, so are you guilty of the crime that you intended to do, but that you stopped yourself midway from doing? Isn't that kind of proof that you never truly intended to do the crime? Right? The theory of human action showcases that our actions are more important than our words, right? Because they prove what it is that we wish, that what it is that we value in terms of action, right? But I think words can often be the same thing as conscious thought, right? Like people lie and mean the lie and believe the lie, and then their actions prove that that's not true. Okay? And so the same thing I think is kind of true of intent. I intend to steal, but then I don't go through with it because I have a moment where I go, this is wrong, I shouldn't do this. And so that moment, that realization is proof, I think, maybe I'm wrong, that you never really intended to do it in the first place. So my question is the perfect knowledge here perfect knowledge of what the person actually intends to do? And is that something that's even knowable no matter what machine you have? And I don't think the answer is correct in that regard. But I'm willing to hear like his argument more kind of fleshed out, because like I don't want to straw man him, right? I'm only going off of like recollection of previous conversations. So he may have found something that I didn't. Did you think you thought that you think you thought? Yeah. All right, let me hop in here. We're gonna try this out, boys. We're gonna switch this to logic capture. switch this to center. Okay, we're going to bring this over here. We're going to minimize this. Now we're going to bring up OBS. We're going to switch this to my stream. All right. Now we have some fucking artifacts that we need to worry about. Gotta add the filters a little bit. I think I need to come down on the similarity a little bit. There we go, yeah. And now we start virtual cam. Virtual cam is working. It seems like the stream is still fucking working. Okay. Come back to the stream. All right. Everything seems to be good. All right. We will see. I got to go find his... Dude, now I have to scroll up. Oh my God. He's like, just hop in, whatever, Discord. I have to scroll up all the way. Oh, this is the Grand Prix one. I don't want this one. I want this one. There we go. Dude, Admiral Gibbs. Oh my God. Oh, there it is. And now we'll hop into give me a break waiting room, I guess. Test this. Hey, it works. Look at that, boys. The virtual cam seems to be working and stream is working. Finally got it. Finally got it to where you guys don't have to see an ugly ass green screen. All right. We're going to kill it tonight? Well, I hope so. Dude, I have a...
Isn't that right, Fabian?
I have no idea what I'm agreeing to or disagreeing to.
Yeah, exactly.
Island nod.
That's called sales.
What? you can't just no.
Who just reads contracts? Do you read contracts? Nah.
I mean, it depends on the contract, right? Like, I think like what are those contracts?
You ever read the Apple contracts?
Right, that's a specific type of contract. It's adhesion or something, like an adhesion agreement, right? Like, yeah, like nobody reads those.
Honestly, my contract law was the most fun class I've taken in law school so far.
Yeah? I've never taken a contract law. I mean, obviously, I didn't go to law school, right? But that is something that I like. I would like. That is almost like I almost want to go to law school just to learn contract law, just so that I can better argue anarcho-capitalist, libertarian positions, because like it's just it's so central and imperative to like to a voluntarist.
Well, I can't speak for Lactoid, but I know one of the first cases you talk about in contract law is the Harrier Jet Pepsi Cola case, kind of where they I thought you could win the Harrier Jet from all the Pepsi Cola stuff. It's pretty cool stuff.
Well, yeah. I mean, like, you know what I mean? Like, well, just like learning about like unconscionability, like like unconscionable contracts and like how that is defined. Things like that. I find that super interesting, but yeah,
I find that's legal mumbo jumbo, and I will leave that to the experts.
So
I'm a fucking nerd, like.
And Lactoid's a lawyer, so maybe he can tell you the mumbo jumbo. Let's see if Sky has ready here.
It's all mumbo jumbo. Laws are just, suggestions.
Back in the day, I was selling phones, like telemarketing, and
she's away from the
normally
computer.
nobody cared for the contract. The long, like 20-page contract when you're upgrading your phone plan, except this one legal, like some type of lawyer who was totally into that shit. And there was a page missing. She came back for it. She wanted the full contract for her records, and she was reading it thoroughly, highlighting shit. I was like, this is crazy.
Okay, that's lame as fuck. But also, I like that this said lady, noticed that there's a page missing. Like, what the fuck? You know what I mean? Like, we're giving out contracts that like
Yes.
and like we're missing pages on it. Like, what's on said page? You know what I mean? Like
Right.
I'm glad that person exists. But I don't necessarily want to be that person to that.
Correct, exactly. I would like her to work for me.
I'm glad that
Absolutely.
autistic people
She would
exist, especially as a libertarian. because
I
they're
mean-
primarily my audience.
That's good to know, baby, and I'm really happy for you. You know, for some reason, 45% of my audience, according to Twitch, is from the UK. I don't know how that happened, and they're like none of them, like only like 10% are Modi people. So I don't know how I somehow got on UK's favorite conservative streamer list, but I'm here for it, UK people. Let's make Texas UK or UK Texas. That's what we want.
Well, you do go pretty hard on immigration. You know what I mean? Like that might be a factor. You bring it up a lot. You go hard.
Yeah.
And like
Yeah.
you know, UK conservatives right now can't really say much about immigration policy. You know, or you know, they might get a knock on the door. But that doesn't mean they can't consume content about it. You know.
You don't want the
Maybe
knocks
that's
on
what
the
it is.
door. Yeah, the no knocks on the door.
Also, like I kind of feel like you're like, you know, like you see those memes and it's like, you know, be the American that the Japanese think you are, and then it's like,
Yeah.
you know, some like manga or something of like a cowboy over the top
Yeah.
crazy American. Like you're
We got the
kind of
guns.
that in real life, and
I
so
could
like
see
I
that.
wonder if like you're the American UK people think we are, and like there's a certain entertainment value to like the Euro that's just like fuck it all, bomb them, and then they're just like based American like as a form of entertainment because you
Yeah.
like meet the stereotype.
That's funny. That's a good point. On that might even add to that because the next thing is I have like 7% from like the Netherlands, and apparently they have an expression which is I'm not even gonna try to pronounce
I
it
don't
because I
even
don't
know if
speak
I
it.
have my other one. Hold on.
Where they say like something Von Texas, and that means like that's so crazy, and I'm like, yeah, I feel like that's I probably don't help that stereotype. But Skyon, are you ready? Does it know? Baby steps. There we go. All right,
Who
everybody ready
names
here?
themselves 404? Like it's like a PTSD
Yeah, I
triggering
laugh.
thing.
I-
When your
I
camera's
laugh.
loading,
What do you mean?
oh, because it's like I've been conditioned to believe that is an error, and then I see like the loading screen, I'm like, oh fuck, and then I'm like, wait a
It
minute,
is.
that's
That's
not
why
what
I
that error
named it
means.
myself.
Yeah, see, there's levels
Obviously.
to this. Levels, you know. All right. Well, on that note, let's get started here since everybody's on time. Scott, did you hear the judging stuff earlier? Or no?
I did
no,
not.
I didn't.
Sorry.
Oh.
I'll go through the judges stuff either. Judges, y'all decide based off how y'all want. You two boys already know the format. I'm going to give y'all like a 15 or 20 minutes sometime in that range. I'll stop and have the judges ask questions. We'll do it again in like another 15, 20, and then we'll have the ending. All right, y'all know the thing. We're going to do 7-minute openings or whatever, and then we'll just go from there and go back and forth. Let's see. Let's do a coin flip. Who wants to? Does either one of y'all want to go first? All right, we're both deferring.
Hey, I don't care.
So that's fine. Let's do the flip a coin. Who wants heads or tails? Someone pick one.
I'll take heads.
All right, flip the coin. It is
duh.
tails. So Lactoid, you're up first. All right, and
well, hold on. I get a pick now, right?
Oh
'Cause
yeah,
I
you
won the
get,
25?
yeah, you
Yeah,
get to
we
defer, I
both
guess.
deferred. But
But did
now
you
you
show
care?
it?
I won the coin toss though, so Scott,
Yeah.
you have to go.
Okay, all right, fine. Yeah,
I could have
sure.
showed it, but yeah, I mean, it just shows tails. Whatever. We're making moves. We're getting shit done.
Okay,
here.
okay, okay.
All right, yeah, whatever. Fuck it,
But we'll go first.
this feels like when you ask your girlfriend like, "What do you want to eat?" and then she just says that you don't care, and then that she doesn't care, and then you start giving options, and then she keeps shooting down all of your options. Like you didn't care who went, and then you won the coin toss, and then you're like, "No, now I'm gonna choose."
I don't care who won the toy shots either way. Who picked tails?
He did.
So he
and
gets
I'm
to
going
he gets
first.
to yeah
I
he
said I
gets to
go
choose
first.
if you go. Yeah, you go. Okay, yeah. Simple. All right, whenever you're ready, let's do it. Well, first let's introduce the topic. Hey, welcome everybody
right.
to the Debate Championship Series finale of our inaugural Grand Prix. I have decided what the prize is going to be. The winner. Send me your mailing address after we're done, or whatever, P.O. Box, or get one. And I'm going to send you a nice Debate Championship Series hoodie with your name on the top that says Inaugural Grand Prix Champion. And, folks, if y'all like it, this one's going to be from Custom Ink because I'm lazy and I don't want to clean out my garage. But if y'all like it, I have the ability to make any kind of merch y'all want for these kind of things. So if y'all like Debate Championship Series merch, we can make that. We can figure out a cost that's fair for everybody. Moving on, let's just introduce everybody. Scott, I'll start with you. This is one of our wonderful judges. Tell us who you are, what you do, where you're at, where you're from, all that good jazz.
Hello, I'm Skyana. I am 24 and I am a video gamer. I mainly play Rivals and Valorant, and that's about it.
Fantastic.
Can
And
you
where can they
shout out
find you?
Skyana, please?
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. Anyway, moving on. Okay. Let's go to you, Fabian. Who are you? What you do? Where you at?
Yeah, I am Fabian Liberty. You can find me primarily on X and streaming on YouTube. I'm in other places, but that's where I make content. I am an anarcho-capitalist, which is like final boss of libertarianism, essentially. I do debates and political philosophy and reactions and things like that.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Lactoid.
Hey, I'm Lactoid. You can find me at Lactoid TV on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. I'm a lawyer and political guy, and yeah.
Fantastic. Thanks. He was also the runner-up in the cute bot political royale, only losing to me.
I remember.
As Admiral Lives, yeah. It was
Wow.
good stuff. So we'll see if he can break his runner-up curse today or not. And finally, but last but not least, Hot and Streamy. Tell us who you are, what you do.
Hello, everyone. My name is Hot and Streamy. I am a fellow streamer here on Twitch, currently streaming 4 days a week. And lately, I've been into Discord call-ins. That has been my jamboree, but in the past, I've done e-dates, painting, song request, IRL streams, cooking, variety streamer, you name it. That's all.
Yeah, I was going to say, I have liked your Discord call format model quite a bit. It reminds me of very much of like morning talk radio. I like it a lot. I think you nailed it with that one. But yeah, check her out. Yeah. It's pretty cool. All that good jazz. But all right, moving on. Let's get started here. Here's what the topic is. The topic is should there be any restrictions for private citizens owning any kind of weapon, up to including WMDs. Starting first is going to be Fabian. Let's go.
All right. Let me know when. Are you ready? All right.
I'm ready when you are, Papa.
There ought to be no limits or control of guns. The only way to stop the Bloods and the Crips from killing each other in the streets is to arm McDonald's with McNukes for the Burger King wars and put a killdozer in every garage to finally get the kids off my fucking lawn. I'm sure many of you have heard these arguments before and might even think that that's what I'm arguing for tonight. I have the unenviable task to argue uphill against memes and dispel myths, but I intend to argue the ANCAP position. We need more regulation. It is my position that the socialists, both the Republican and Democrat variety, wish to maintain an irresponsible and reckless monopoly on the most dangerous weapons ever created in human history. They claim that these weapons are too dangerous to be maintained and regulated by the market, and that for our safety we must trust a monopoly, often working in the shadows, with a storied history of wanton slaughter of innocents, irresponsible mismanagement, corrupt corporate influences, and a litany of other crimes to their character. My argument is simple. WMDs, large armaments, nuclear technology, and security from similar threats is far too dangerous to leave unregulated by the people and in the hands of a reckless monopoly. First, it's important to note that I consider property and bodily autonomy to be unalienable human rights. This does not magically become untrue just because the property in question can be used to harm another person. All property is material and unconscious. As such, property may be used for good or evil. A baseball bat may be a tool for a game or a mugging. A gun may be used to defend the innocent or kill them. Gain-of-function research can be used to create a virus or a cure. No state regulations on property that disbars someone from having property and using it in a non-aggressive way against their will can be considered justifiable. After all, we often hear after a school shooting that so-called assault rifles are weapons of war and must be abolished, despite the fact that overwhelmingly murders with guns occur from utilizing handguns. The same arguments against the possession of large arms are the same arguments against assault rifles, and were the same arguments in the UK for abolishing gun crime in favor of knife crime, and were the same arguments for abolishing kitchen knives with pointed tips. In the future, these may be the same arguments to abolishing forks in favor of blunted chopsticks. Unlike my opponent, I'm not in favor of abolishing forks, no matter how much I enjoy beef and broccoli. Next, we must discuss a deeply held and false assumption on the nature of regulation. That is, that regulation is something the government does for our safety and that the market does not regulate. When one such as myself argues that the market should be in charge of these weapons instead of the government, the knee-jerk reaction is, who will regulate them if not the state? The answer is that very market, but I'm sure that most of you will remain unconvinced. So we must look at incentives and evidence to establish the fact that the market regulates dangerous property better than the state. The government control of dangerous property is a monopoly. As any economist worth their salt knows, competition breeds innovation and monopolies breed stagnation. A company in charge of a nuclear reactor or weapon is incentivized through profit to constantly prove to their investors and customers that their product is safer than their competitors, and thus they are incentivized to research and develop systems of management and technologies that reduce risk. This reduction in risk reduces their insurance premiums, attracts customers, and lowers costs. The government, however, is bound by layers of national secrecy, congressional oversight by simpletons who think the internet is a series of fucking tubes, elections, and justifications for budget. The effect of this is that the government creates layers of inefficient red tape that has crippled the very nation that invented nuclear technology from using it to lower energy costs and help fight climate change. Just recently, Meta had to stop production of a local nuclear reactor to power their AI projects because environmental regulators determined it may disrupt a local frog that isn't even on the endangered species list. I'm sure powering Meta AI with coal will save a ton of fucking frogs. Instead, they've chosen to use our taxes to subsidize slave labor for conflict minerals to build solar panels in China. Okay, nuclear power deregulation is an easy win. What about really dangerous things like gain-of-function research? After years of government-led censorship, we can finally say with relatively low fear that the U.S. funded gain-of-function research at the Wuhan Institute of Virology and constructed Level 4 biolabs in Ukraine via NIH funding, Hunter Biden firm Rosedale Capital, CIA funding through InQtel and Black & Vetch, Medobiota's Nathan Wolf, who's close friends with Ghislaine Maxwell and works for DARPA, and many more devious connections. The result of which being a probable lab leak that killed somewhere between 5 to 18 million people. That's somewhere between 1 to 3 Holocausts for those keeping count. So mistakes were made, people died, but the market will be worse, you might say. Maybe, however, we have one example of a functioning ANCAP society today in Prospera, Honduras. Prospera is an ANCAP society where individuals and companies are regulated by insurance companies acting as rights enforcement agencies in competition with one another. One of Prospera's main industries is gene therapy research outside of government regulation. The funny thing is that every single insurance company in Prospera has decided that they will refuse to insure Level 4 biolabs or gain-of-function research, despite the lack of government regulation. In short, when the government monopoly is in charge of regulation of dangerous property, they fund dangerous research with limited oversight and protection, killing millions worldwide. And when the market regulates itself, the incentives cause an effective ban on such dangerous practices while allowing innovation to spur progress for humanity. I have 3 paragraphs left. Let me get through. I'll get them quick. Lastly, we must discuss the elephant in the room, nukes. The arguments for these are no different than abolishing kitchen knives or gain-of-function research, but the scale of these weapons cannot be easily dismissed. We know all too well the threat of nuclear weapons from our own history. On August 6, 1945, we dropped the first atomic bomb on Hiroshima, murdering an estimated 140,000 people. While there may be some argument for the necessity of this, these arguments instantly evaporate 3 days later, along with 20,000 people living in Nagasaki and roughly 54,000 more people who died the slow and agonizing death of radiation poisoning and cancer. I'll skip this paragraph and go to my final. Guns, large arms, biomedical research, and yes, even nuclear warheads must be heavily regulated. The U.S. government and other nations of the world are not up to this task due to their corrupt monopoly that is disincentivized from being responsible stewards of such threats. They have proven time and time again that they fall to corruption, shrouded in secrecy, as well as lacking the proper market regulations to incentivize innovation or prevent violence. These same governments have enacted or funded countless genocides and even a pandemic with an authority imposed on liberty via force and coercion. The nations of the world with large standing armies and armaments have narrowly escaped World War III on several occasions due to this lack of innovation, competition, and corrupt incentives. And in many cases, a few unsung heroes, a single man such as Alexandrovich Arkhipov, have proven that the common man has the desire and moral fortitude our governments lack to save humanity.
All right. Thank you so much. We just reset this timer and we'll be good to go here. And all right, Lactoid, go ahead now.
All right. I want to start by saying that I am a freedom-loving American. I do value freedom very strongly. I consider myself a libertarian. That said, personal freedom must be reasonably restricted by the risks that your activities pose to other innocent people around you. This is the exact justification for things like driver's licenses, altitude requirements for commercial flights, and why you can't manufacture mustard gas in your apartment. You can't shoot bullets at somebody randomly and then just claim no harm was done because you happened to miss. Such restrictions are necessary, but also must be reasonable because we don't want to go overboard and ban butter knives, in which case the personal liberty interest is much greater than the potential harm. However, private nuke ownership is not just unreasonable, but it's unreasonable to the point that it's simply insane. Such a system would threaten national security and social stability and imposes a risk of harm sufficiently high to, in of itself, constitute a harm. What is that risk? Nuclear annihilation of millions of people. This is an unacceptable outcome. Nuclear weapons are scary enough when they are controlled by a limited number of relatively stable governments with oversight structures in place. Allowing private ownership of nuclear weapons, by definition, removes this oversight. It allows for individuals who wake up one day, lose their minds, and fire nuclear weapons indiscriminately at civilian centers. It expands the risk. It creates more of these people. It allows private individuals to fight against one another, or private corporations, right, the McNuke, to fight against one another, vying for control, using weapons that have immense collateral damage. These weapons are so dangerous that they would also credibly deter a government from coming to arrest somebody if they had these weapons. How would a government be able to even intervene if Elon or any of these other billionaires decided to go wild? How are you going to arrest somebody? They have a nuke. We'd be living under the shadow of threat from a potentially unhinged tech guru who could obliterate the planet. This is an unacceptable risk. Even if Elon doesn't wake up one day and go insane, the proliferation of these weapons also constitute a risk. People could be reckless with these nuclear weapons. They could be stolen. They could be stolen by bad actors. We have trouble enough securing the nuclear weapons that are currently managed by government forces. Could you imagine if some corporation who is not under any kind of oversight, perhaps is prioritizing profit and has a more risk prioritized sense of being, perhaps they could have their nuclear weapons stolen. Things get stolen from corporations all the time. And without specific laws and regulations in place to prevent that, what could stop it other than the corporation's interest in their own profit margin? Which, if it costs too much to secure the nuclear weapons, the company would have to prioritize not securing the nuclear weapons, which again, disproportionately increases the risk. It is an absurd risk. It is an absurd proposition. We should not allow people to individually own nuclear weapons. I'm okay with small arms, but I don't want to get nuked by Elon if he gets pissed off.
Fantastic. Sick 'em.
Yeah, so I mean, did you want to respond to? I feel like I had a much larger opening statement with a lot more arguments entailed in it. I didn't know if you wanted.
Sure.
To
I mean, I
engage.
Yeah, I wrote down some. I wrote down some of your points, and I have some responses. So I wanted to start off by saying that, you know, as somebody who does insurance defense, I don't think insurance is really going to be a serious deterrence here for potentially unhinged or reckless people from getting a hold of nuclear weapons. In fact, I deal with people all the time who are reckless and are still able to obtain dangerous objects and then just don't get insurance on them. Insurance is a good idea, but it can be purchased, and often is intentionally purchased, by people who are risk adverse, not by people who are risk prone, right? People who are risk prone are probably going to get the weapons and just simply not buy insurance. And then we can address that, and then I got some other criticisms as well.
We'll address that. So first and foremost, there is a direct the problem that I have with most of this, and I think I brought it up in my opening statement again, right, is there is this concept, this fallacy that is snuck in, right, which is that the government regulates it, and since the government regulates it, that is good regulation, or that is what regulation is, right? The market has a regulating mechanism, and the state has a regulating mechanism. These are two different forms of regulation. My argument isn't that crazy people don't exist or that violence doesn't occur. My argument is that the state is not incentivized in the same way that the market is to actually ensure safety in this regard, that the state's incentives are more perverse. And so, like, I agree that crazy people get things. So let's talk about the concept of a nuke, right? As it stands, like, it's extremely expensive to be able to produce a functioning nuclear warhead, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Right. So the idea that like a meth lab guy in a trailer creating a nuke is like not a realistic risk, right?
Well, it could be a ketamine guy, perhaps, who has a lot of money and buys a nuke too, right?
Again, right? But again, we would be talking about absurdly wealthy people first and foremost,
right? Who perhaps have like a ketamine
purchase.
addiction, who might get to the point where they become mentally unhinged, right? This could happen,
right? For sure. Well, I mean, like we could have people that within our own governments that do things that are extremely risky, and
you can.
Like, this happens
both
ways,
can,
right?
and this you're right, it does. And so I actually have I wrote down responses to those points as well. I think that when you point to examples of governments going rogue, that's not a sufficient response to the additional potential damage that can come from proliferating this among a larger group of people and having less regulation. Right? Market regulations don't necessarily control for safety; they control for profitability.
You're right, but that's not my argument. My argument is that the government is less regulation than the market, and I gave a specific example of, for example, level 4 biolabs and gain of function research. The government funds gain of function research. The government funds level 4 biolabs, and when we have the only working example of a society that engages in an anarcho-capitalist or in a libertarian free market way of regulation, we have a group that says it's not worth the risk.
No, I understand. You could have.
It's not worth it, right? So we've got 5 to 18 million dead people in the world right now. That is proof of how the government is bad at this. And the only example we have of the market doing it is that they abolish it.
No, hold on. But you're saying they abolish it. You can have like a small, very small organization like Prospera that isn't not leveraging nearly the amount of resources, or it doesn't have nearly the amount of global responsibilities as countries like the United States have. You can show me like Prospera that's not engaged in this activity, just like I can show you plenty of nonprofits or different organizations that are also not involved in this activity. But again,
unfortunately,
just because you can point,
because
I know.
Society,
you can point to Prospera and say, look, they don't, they're not abusing nukes, they're not doing this, they're not doing that. But what we're talking about is in the current context of America or the world, what would happen if we allowed private individuals to just began arming themselves with nuclear weapons? Can you point to me a single society that increased regulations on like firearms, for example, and this led to like the restrictions on people owning firearms, reducing the amount of firearms that people's own? And I'm in favor of owning firearms, but can you show me any society that like dropped like strict restrictions, nobody can own a firearm, and they're like that policy dramatically increased the amount of people owning firearms and using them recklessly?
Well, I think that's a I don't see the relevancy to that, but we could talk about the UK and how they banned firearms to stop firearm violence, and then murder rates went up. They just happened to occur with knives, and despite the fact that yes, a knife is less of a force multiplier than a gun, what we see is that the wounds that are inflicted from knives are often more fatal than guns. So that is what the kind of the increase in the murder rate. It wasn't necessarily an increase in the crime, but the weapon that was utilized is tends to be more
the murder rate of the UK is like magnitudes less than the US. But even if we roll with that as being true, like if we're comparing the actual dangerousness of the weapon, like you can make the argument that firearms, I guess, are like uniquely positioned to be able to provide somebody with like a self-defense option. But nuclear weapons aren't, right? Like if we're looking at lowering overall like crime stats
nuclear
in the
weapons,
US,
nuclear
you're not going
weapons
to fire a nuke at a guy coming with
like,
a knife. That's ridiculous.
Philosophically speaking, right? Like because if we're talking about a free market mechanism, right, we are talking about a form of market that recognizes the non-aggression principle, right?
Here, about 5 minutes, we're going to get the ladies in here on some questions. Here.
Yeah,
Go
sure.
ahead.
Right. So if we're talking about this, you're absolutely correct that there's something different between, let's say, a small arm, a firearm, and a nuclear warhead beyond just the cost, right? And that is that the potential death toll from a nuclear weapon is much, much higher, right?
You could blow up the whole world.
Well, you can't blow up the whole world with one nuke, but yeah, right. Let's say
even multiple. I'm assuming you're not going to cap it at one, right? I mean, Elon could probably buy several.
I mean, Elon might be the only person in America that could buy several nuclear weapons, but regardless, it's irrelevant to what I'm saying. So the scale is larger. You're absolutely correct. And because the scale is larger, what institutes a threat is also different, right? If I have a firearm in my waistband and I'm open carrying, right? That's not a threat. Especially if I'm in a place like Texas where I'm intersubjectively communicating, right, that I'm not a threat because gun culture is very common in Texas. But if I attempt to build a nuclear weapon in a community, well, what am I communicating there? you're absolutely communicating some form of threat. You're absolutely communicating if you are not engaged in a serious level of insurance or a serious level of protections. You're communicating.
I want to address that
no
first
different
part.
than if I point a gun at somebody, right? If I point a gun at somebody, I don't. In order to defend myself, I don't need to wait for them to pull the trigger. And something
Right,
is
sure.
similarly true
But
when
even-
you build a nuclear weapon, and especially if you arm said nuclear weapon.
Right, I don't disagree. Like if you aim a nuclear weapon and you arm it, like the threat potential is now magnified tremendously, and you've shown an intent to hurt somebody. But just showing an intent, that's not the only factor when we're analyzing like a threat profile. There is a certain level of threat posed whenever somebody is armed. That's the point. I want to be a threat to people who are going to attack me. So if I'm having a gun on me, whether it be open carry or concealed carry, that
So
is
open
a
carry
threat.
is a threat?
The question. By definition, right? I'm posing a threat to people who otherwise hurt
so
me.
Is it
Yes,
a form
of course.
so is our threats aggression or are they not aggression?
So threats are aggression in the sense that they're imposing a risk upon everybody around you, and that risk needs to be weighed against the personal freedom prerogative that we all have. In terms
So if
of
I go to the
respecting
gym
our
and I
rights.
get really big muscles, am I threatening everyone around me?
Yes,
because I have bigger muscles than them.
muscular. Yes, a big muscular
And
man.
so
If I'm
it's an
walking down-
act of
Yeah,
aggression to lift
Scott,
weights.
Oh man,
Scott,
wait,
Scott,
wait.
if I'm
Violating the
walking down
nap
street-
by lifting weights.
Well, Scott,
This is silly.
I'm
On a
gonna
one-to-10 scale.
let me appeal to the ladies real quick. If I'm walking down the street and I'm like a huge man or whatever, or if I'm looking at there's a huge man walking towards me, I'm gonna feel threatened more than if it's like a smaller person or a woman. And women are justified for feeling threatened in the middle of the night if there's some giant dude walking behind them,
Okay.
as opposed to some
So
smaller
I
person.
think
because,
this is a silly.
because the
I think
threat
this is a silly
profile,
definition of threat.
You think this is
but
silly?
regardless, okay.
Wait, is
Are
that
they
hold on,
non-limited
hold on,
threats?
hold on. Is
Are
that
giant
doesn't-
men
it
not
doesn't-
more
hold on,
threats
hold on,
than
listen.
women?
Hold on, let me pause.
It's-
Let me
no,
ask a question. Is that
my
absolutely
God.
true? Is it more scary to walk in the
Don't
middle of
say
the night with one giant dude, or versus like I don't know the crackhead tweaker who's 125? Is that
If they're a
that
crackhead
true?
tweaker, then there's other indicators of
okay.
threat
I
at play.
just wanted to be clear. Okay.
So again, this
I think
is.
it depends on positioning.
It doesn't. It
Because
doesn't.
they're
It does
tweaking
not,
out on crack.
Shush. It doesn't matter. You're
Shush.
distracting because you're doing an internal critique of my concept of what is or isn't a threat. Okay, so you cannot do an internal critique of my concept of the non-aggression principle by then
No, I'm not doing an internal
front-loading
critique
in
at all.
your definition of threat.
I'm talking about what I'm defining
if
as a
you
threat
think
here.
that right, exactly. So if you
Yeah, what
think,
I'm defining as a threat.
yes, you are, but you are doing an internal critique as an
I'm
argument
not doing an internal.
against
No.
my. Yes, you are.
Well, here,
I'm
before we go into your
presenting
critique, here we
presenting
go.
what a threat is.
I mean,
okay?
it's all right.
Okay,
Let's
right,
just
but I'm
walking
talking
around-
about aggression
walking
and how
around with
threats
a
are
gun.
non-aggression.
Pause,
You're doing
pause.
an internal critique on the non-aggression
Pause.
principle.
Wait,
and you are sneaking in your definition.
Gibbs, one question real quick. What
Okay,
if,
then I can pause
Gibbs,
it.
one last question, and then you can pause it. What
Well,
if,
I better be able to pause it.
without showing any intent of hurting somebody, I recklessly or accidentally wave my gun in somebody's face? No intent to shoot them, but there's still a threat posed by me waving the gun in front of somebody's
You've
face.
communicated.
Right?
You've
quickly answer,
engaged in
Xavier, then
action
we're
that
gonna pause it.
communicates negligence and is a potential threat.
Okay. All right. Cool. Great. Pause. All right, Scott. You got a
Crazy
question
people
for
mug
us?
people all the time with no intent because they think Jesus told them or some shit.
The
That doesn't mean
risk
they're
of
not
somebody
engaged in
shooting you,
aggression.
the risk of somebody shooting you is higher when they're aiming at you. The risk is also higher if they have a gun like strapped to their chest. Of course, that's the whole point.
Thank you. All right, Skyana, you got a question for us? What are your thoughts so far? Your questions for the broskies here?
If I have one, I don't know if I have a question. I'm just
Okay, that's fine.
noting every here and there.
That's awesome. All right, cool. That's fine. Hot and Streamy, do you have a question for us?
Okay, so we sort of diverged from the whole topic of what we were supposed to be discussing today.
We
but I
went
just
from
wanna
gun
touch
to
on-
nukes.
Yeah. So
It's any weapon,
Well, there are
really.
there are parallels,
Okay.
but they're also
Okay.
disparallels, right? Like
Yeah.
flagging
Yeah.
of a firearm is not the same with nukes. Yeah.
Go ahead, though, Ann.
I will say that I think people that, go to the gym to work out, to get buff and big, that's one of their reasonings behind it, is to get big and intimidating and look like a little bit of a threat. I would say there could be other factors as well, health and all of that. But if you're going to the gym to get deezed, I think part of your motivation is to be looking like a threat. But regardless, that's besides the point. Back to nukes. What if there were, how do you guys feel, when we're talking about owning nukes, Are we talking about to better, like with nuclear power plants and energy sources, or are you just talking about owning nukes as a weapon? Because I think there's two very
specifically the weapons, yeah.
ICBMs
as a
being able
weapon.
to
Well, no,
as a weapon.
I don't think you can. I don't think you can dislink the two, and I'll explain. Right?
Well, sure, okay, you take that.
Right, like I agree, right, that we can focus because it helps Lactoid's argument by me engaging in meme category solely on the nuclear weapon position, right? Because it's the most extreme example, and but it is inevitably tied. Yeah, well, yeah, I know, it's fine. I have no problem going to the extreme ends, right? Like I said in the beginning, right, it's an uphill battle against memes, which is what you're providing. I appreciate it. So you can't fully disconnect nuclear reactors and nuclear weapons, right? And because our current nation states don't, right? It is. We use our threats and violence constantly to engage in treaties where we force countries to not be allowed to have nuclear weapons, where we bully them, we use IMF loans and all these things so that we will allow them the privilege of being able to buy processed, nuclear material at incredibly high rates that they don't get to process or mine themselves, and access to our information so that they can have the nuclear reactors for energy. So I agree that these are two different things, and yet the consequences are certainly tied together, right? The state's control over nuclear arsenal has an extreme impact on the cost and the ability of the world to use green energy as opposed to coal, natural gas, and some of the more dirty things, or even solar panels that utilize slave labor and come out of China.
Lactoid.
Let me respond to that. So
I'm going to say something after that. We can go from there. So go ahead.
Sure. There's a link in the sense that both of them could potentially be highly dangerous to the people around them. I think owning an ICBM is like it is like an extreme position, which is why I'm arguing against it. I think that if you owning an ICBM, for example, would allow you to target civilian centers anywhere in the world and be able to fire them with no credible way of preventing the nuclear weapon from hitting the target and going off within a matter of minutes. We're talking about a risk.
You're talking about a nuclear warhead, not an intercontinental missile.
Intercontinental ballistic missiles are oftentimes armed with nuclear warheads. I'm specifically referring to.
Yes, it's like the nukes would be a subcategory of that.
Yeah, they're almost never armed with. They can be armed with conventional weapons. They almost never are. But
they're also armed with like small nukes. Yeah,
they can't. Now, just to be clear here, though, you could. I don't think you should allow individuals to own nuclear reactors either, because of the risk of meltdown and radioactive exposure. But if for some reason you wanted individuals to be able to own nuclear power plants, you could do that and still not let them own nuclear weapons. The type of radioactive material needed for nuclear weapons is highly enriched uranium. It's uranium that's enriched beyond a certain percentile. We're talking well into the 90 percentile, which is much higher than the type of enrichment you need for uranium used for a nuclear reactor. So if you wanted to say, hey, you know what, I trust this company with like a nuclear reactor, now I might not agree with you, but that would be like more of a reasonable position, and you still could prevent that from like going haywire.
More reasonable than what? Because so far everything you've said I agree with, right? My argument is we need more regulation. Right, my argument is that I want less nuclear warheads in the world. Right, your argument is that you wish to trust the state with those nuclear weapons in their control as a monopoly, and that
whenever you
I'm
deregulate,
for less nuclear weapons.
No, you're not. Whenever you deregulate a weapons, whenever you
can't tell me I'm not
arguing for
that.
I'm asserting that your position necessarily entails that. When you are arguing for deregulate for any kind of weapons industry, when you deregulate that weapons industry, it leads to a proliferation of those weapons. Look, there's a lot of guns in America. I'm fine with that. But one of the reasons there's so many guns in America is because we allow private ownership of guns.
Hold on.
If we ban private ownership of guns,
I'm not arguing for deregulation.
Same thing with nukes. Same thing with nuclear weapons.
No.
You're advocating for private ownership.
You have slipped in a straw man.
I'll let you clarify real quick. Make it real fast.
For private ownership. I'm saying that private ownership, the more yes, we allow private ownership of guns in the U.S.
Let me
explain.
You
think there would be more guns? You think?
Pause.
I'm going to finish the sentence.
Yeah, you're going to finish.
I'm going to finish the sentence.
Defending your straw man and talking over me.
I'm going to finish.
Hold on. Body your ass.
Talking over you.
So go
ahead. In the middle of my sentence, interrupting the beginning of yours.
Let him finish. Let him finish, Fabian.
You must be. Yeah, I will finish.
You're going to finish, Fabian. You're going to go for like 1 minute. You got 1 minute.
Go ahead.
And then I'm going to pause y'all, and then so here, that's what's gonna happen. You
Thank
finish.
Gibbs. You're a gentleman,
All right,
Gibbs. I appreciate
yeah,
that.
yeah, that's good. I mean, I don't know why you're better than me. I'm not
Admiral.
voting. I'm not voting, but you finish your thing. Then he's got him 1 minute, and then
Yeah,
I'm
you
gonna
too.
ask
Don't
a quick
create so
question.
much
And
space.
this guy,
You know?
go ahead,
Come on.
go ahead. Yeah. Oh, there's a reason why I did that.
Sure. So what I'm saying is that one of the reasons why you have such a major proliferation of firearms in the United States, it's because you allow private ownership. People want to go buy guns, so there are more guns. You have a market, there's a profit incentive to build guns and sell them. Your argument, if you're saying, well, I want fewer nukes or I want fewer guns, you basically have to be taking the argument that, well, if we ban private ownership of guns in the US, there would somehow be more guns. That makes no sense. If you allow private ownership of nukes,
so
there
new
would be
straw
more
man on
nukes.
top of the
And if
straw
you
man.
and if you didn't allow private ownership of nukes, you would have less nukes.
Okay, yeah. So let's
Baby, go ahead.
work backwards
Real quick,
from the
real
straw
quick.
mans that you're constructing, right? So the first one, working backwards is that nukes and guns are the same, even though we already agreed that nukes and guns aren't the same. So when you already agreed, you already defeated your own argument. So I'll just set that aside because that's just an L that is factually observable, right? So we'll move on because we both agreed nukes and guns aren't the same thing, right? And so the regulation would be different.
They're
okay,
both
so
weapons.
You're saying no. Pause. Yes, just like apples and oranges are both fruit, but they're not the same. Okay. Nevertheless, so again, I said
market
that
principles.
Let him finish. Let's get through this real quick. Go ahead. Yeah, you got a minute.
So,
yeah, go ahead.
Right. So again, you said that I am arguing for deregulation. Right. My entire argument has been constructed that the market regulates at a higher level. Now, if the state maintains a monopoly on power and violence and does not allow individuals to engage in the market-based solutions of regulation, but simply reduces the laws and regulations that they have, that is not what I am arguing for. You are arguing for maintaining the monopoly on power and violence and the regulation of these firearms, but reducing. You're stating that I'm for maintaining that structure as an anarchist, which I'm not, but just reducing what it is that are enforcement mechanisms and laws that the state engages in. That's not my argument at all. My argument is that to get rid of the state's monopoly on power and violence, and part of that is the state's monopoly on power and violence with these weapons. A nuclear facility and warhead being built is the same thing as brandishing a firearm. Okay, when you build a weapon that has the ability to level cities and towns, you are doing the same thing as a person that is flagging a weapon. It is not the same thing as there is not a one-to-one here that you can build a gun and there's like this communication that it's fine until you flag it. The very act of constructing a nuclear warhead showcases some intent to engage in mass destructive warfare at city leveling of event type levels. They're not. You can't say that guns are the same as nukes when it's convenient to you, and then say that guns and nukes are different when it's convenient to you. You either have to recognize that they're different or that they're the same.
Hold on. No address it. You can address it after we get to go here. I got questions for you first. All right.
What the fuck?
Listen. Y'all go back and forth. Y'all are gonna keep bringing up new
He
things.
just contradicted his whole argument.
Sure. You can. I'm gonna ask, and you can answer and respond to that here in a second. Here. All right. Real quick. Okay. So Anne brought this up a little bit earlier. I want a one sentence clarification from each of y'all. One short sentence. All right. So she brought up how you go to the gym and she thinks it's somewhat of a threat, right? In Texas, the argument for guns would be it's also deterrence. Like, hey, I got beat up. I don't want to get beat up no more. Maybe this will deter people, right? Is that a fact? Would y'all agree that that's a factual statement? Yes or no? Or could be? Yeah. Yeah. Okay, cool. Sky, what was your question? Did you raise your hand? You had something.
No.
I don't.
Oh,
okay. That's you raised your hand.
No,
All right, cool.
I thought you were going to ask the
was
question to me,
just
right? Like,
curious.
Oh, Sky.
Yeah, no,
Sorry, I
you
thought you
can-
were saying Scott.
Sky on it. Yeah.
Still using a fucking headset mic, bro.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, we'll fix it soon. Yeah. Go ahead, Sky. You had a question?
In your same way, I just want to elaborate. You were talking about Elon Musk like owning a nuke. Like, are you okay with that, Scott, or are you not okay with that?
Yeah, we built a missile silo on my ranch tomorrow. Is that okay?
Yeah, I mean, I know this seems like a cop-out answer, but
Like, if he owns
depends is
one.
the right thing, because like, why would he have one? You know what I mean? Like it would depend upon what he is doing with said nuke and why he is procuring it, because it would depend on what he's communicating by getting a nuke, right? A nuke is different than a firearm, right? If I have a firearm,
Yeah,
right,
100%. That's
a
what we
firearm can be
deterred like
used
so
for
quickly from gun
self-defense.
control immediately. It's just nuking.
Right.
and-
Like when I purchase a firearm, I'm saying I can use this to kill people and I can use this for self-defense. If I procure a nuclear weapon, there isn't really a self-defense kind of situation for nukes. There is a mutually assured destruction situation here, right? So they're communicating different things. And so if Elon Musk was to set up a private military, like Blackwater or something, right, and was to engage in that, and then part of that to protect his kind of like thing via mutually assured destruction was to have a nuke, well, then that kind of communicates something different than just like, I want a nuke for fun.
Okay. Go ahead. Yeah, you could go and you can respond to whatever, and then I'll let y'all go back and forth someone out.
Okay. All right. This is a little bit. I'm going to address one thing, and then some shameless shit's going on right now. Okay, I want you guys to see it. So, first of all, Scott is advocating for deregulation. There is a regulation that does not allow private ownership of nuclear weapons. He is advocating to get rid of this regulation, which is by definition deregulation. The whole point of this debate is talking about whether private individuals should be able to own nuclear weapons.
That's what I was questioning.
Yes, I appreciate that question, because that was
when someone says
that was the thesis.
Deregulation of drugs and decriminalization, do those become two different things, or are they the exact same thing?
Well, it's
decriminalization is a type of deregulation for sure. When we're talking specifically about nuclear weapons, right? The point of this whole debate was you were coming with the position of individuals
taken the market's right to regulate.
Transferring regulation. Hold on, baby. Let him go. Let him go. Let's let him go. Then
yes,
you
came into this
really
debate.
fast,
Your position was that private individuals should be able to own nuclear weapons. My whole intro, the whole time I've been saying, no, we shouldn't let private individuals own nuclear weapons. You just before the question, which was a great question, by the way, before it was said, you said that if you build a weapon with the ability to level a city, this is identical to flagging a weapon. I agree, and I don't want people to be able to flag weapons, and I don't want people to be able to build or own nuclear weapons. That's the position that I came to this debate
because
with.
you believe that the government should do it. A government with a horrible track record of keeping
ideally no one would do it.
Millions of people.
Ideally, no one would do it, but you're advocating for private individuals to be able to do it too.
So you're not actually arguing that the state maintains the control on it. You're actually arguing that the state get rid of all nuclear weapons.
Ideally, we would have no nuclear weapons. I would agree, but if we are in the situation now, unfortunately, where governments have nuclear weapons, that doesn't mean we make the problem worse by allowing Elon to own one.
Okay, but absent every other nation, right? Like we recognize that other nations have nukes, right? And you made this argument earlier where you said that, like, oh, if a person has a nuke, like, we can't stop them. What are we to do? I think we're kind of in this situation with the war in Ukraine and Putin, right? Like, we can't go get Putin. Why can't we get Putin? Because they have fucking nukes, right? Like, we already live in that world. So you're proposing that this is a new problem, except you're describing an existing problem under state ownership of nukes.
No, this is not true.
When I say deregulation, you're using deregulation as like a fun little like jab. You're using it as a word to try and stick to the concept that if I say the state ought not be the one that regulates something, therefore it is deregulation. What I am saying is that the state has stolen the right of regulation from people. They have stolen the right of people to engage in all sorts of activities. For example,
like
protecting
nukes?
Yes, like owning nukes, but also like I don't know, getting degenerates out of my neighborhood because the cops are the ones that are only allowed to do this, right? Having private security for all sorts of things is massively regulated because the state has taken control over these aspects. They have taken the entire criminal justice system, the entire process and idea of property rights under their domain. So when I'm saying I'm not for deregulation, I'm for the dismantling of the nation state. I am a fucking anarchist, okay? And so that doesn't mean now anybody can have a nuke whenever they want, because that's not what I'm arguing for. I'm arguing for market regulation.
You're saying Elon Musk should be able to own it.
Safer regulation that leads to less nukes and less death.
I want to address the Russian example.
All right, after you address it, I want to ask a question here.
This is a sentence directly from my intro that I stated before. Quote, nuclear weapons are scary enough when they are controlled by a limited number of relatively stable governments with oversight structures in place. They are scary enough. Yes, it is still scary. Like I said in my intro, The idea that Russia has nuclear weapons and now, haha, we can't touch them, that's a concern. I don't want to make that problem worse by now. If Elon decides to invade Ukraine, we can't go to Tesla headquarters because if we do, he's going to fire an ICBM at Washington, D.C. I don't want to have that problem.
Let me ask this.
So Elon Musk is going to blow up DC.
Hold on one second.
I don't know.
Let me ask a question here. And it's Skyana. Did you have another one?
I don't know.
Yeah, I kind of.
Okay, cool. So let me ask a question. Y'all can. I want y'all to give me a short answer specifically to my question. Then we're gonna let Skyana ask. And if you have a question, we get you another one here as well. I want you. I guess Lactoid first. I want you to tell me the fundamental difference between Kim Jong-un, who's a dictator, basically very powerful, owning a nuclear missile, and say Elon Musk, and if there is one. And then Fabian, you can answer that as well. Make it quick, and then we're going to Skyana.
I don't think there is a fundamental difference, and that's like what is so scary about Kim Jong-un having nuclear weapons, and why we tried for so long to prevent him from getting nuclear weapons, because he runs that country as a dictator. He runs that country at like he is the head honcho in charge, very much like the owner of a company, right? The owner of property, the owner of capital. So if you own an entire country and you got nuclear weapons and you're unhinged like Kim Jong-un is, this is scary. I don't want him to own nukes. But why should we make this problem worse by allowing this kind of problem to become more and more common? I don't want other Kim Jong-uns to start popping up because we don't have a rule saying, hey, no more future Kim Jong-uns.
All right, Fabian, you answer, then we'll go Scott. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I think there is a obviously Kim Jong-un and Elon Musk are different people, so obviously there is some difference between one owning nukes and the other owning nukes. Again, I am for market regulation, and because I'm for market regulation, and I recognize, as we have both now, hopefully we can agree, right, that that the ownership of a nuclear weapon is the same as brandishing a firearm, because these weapons are different, right? In 99.9% of cases, anybody that is owning a nuclear weapon is communicating a threat to everyone around them and is in violation of the non-aggression principle. And the correct means of correcting this situation is to violently stop them before they are capable of finishing whatever facility it is that they have to make a nuclear weapon.
So they shouldn't be able to own the nuke.
I'm saying we're talking about what limits should be on them in terms of the government. You have framed it this way falsely. And I said in my opening statement over and over again that the ANCAP position is more regulation. And then I explained in my opening again that there is a false premise and myth that the concept of regulation is something by which the state and a monopoly on power and violence engages in. And you have yet to deal with these arguments. Instead,
this
you've
debate was
constructed
about
nothing but
private
straw
ownership.
mans over them.
This debate was whether or not private ownership like Elon
requires
should be able to buy a nuke.
Well, it's not about
Should
whether
they
or
be
not
allowed to own a
specifically
nuke?
Elon should.
Yes, it
be able to
was. It
own
was
a
whether or
nuke.
not
Well,
these rich
you
people
even
should be
said
able
that
to
in
buy
your
nukes.
statement, I believe. Did you not?
Should wealthy people be able to own nukes? That was the whole thesis of the debate.
Yeah, like
do they have
Mr.
a
Beast could have a
right?
fucking nuke.
I could have
the argument isn't that we're talking about an individual. Can an individual own a nuke? And the answer is yes. Can a company own a nuke, as according to the philosophy of libertarianism, which you presume to believe in, but don't follow the nap. But again, right, I have explained, and I will explain again, that when you are building or obtaining nuclear weapons and you are not deeply communicating your responsibility to everyone else, and you are not intersubjectively communicating this, that it is the same thing as it is similar in this situation between the difference of someone that has properly maintained a firearm in their waistband and someone that is brandishing said firearm. The scope of the damage that exists within a nuclear weapon, or let's say chemical weapons, or let's say gain of function research, etc., right, is to such a scale that the standards of whether or not someone is communicating a threat to you is wildly different. A firearm that is in a holster is not.
So let me ask
hold on before you ask anything.
Right, and the state murders people and funds these things, and private market is
hold
not
on.
incentivized to do so.
When I say hold on, that means both of you. There you go. All right, hold on. Not just Lactoid, it's both. All right, cool. Here's the question. All right, Scott, did you have something like? I don't even know if you even asked. That was so. That was so much
No, it's
longer.
good. I mean, by the time that they're halfway in their conversation, it like answers.
Yeah, that's
fine.
fair. Hot
happens,
Streamy,
yeah.
did you have something for me? Did you have a question for him?
No, that's it. Well, I just want to just reiterate your stances now because
Also, real quick, I'm sorry.
Lactoid. So I know was Scott Fabian Liberty. Okay, I know your
Yeah.
stance. Okay, you don't want even governments to have access to nukes as weapons, which we currently do, and so whatever. Lactoid, what is your stance on this? Exactly.
I'm a little okay. I think you maybe Scott. The argument is I'm saying that I would prefer if nobody owned nuclear weapons, but I don't want private individuals like Elon Musk, for example. I think it's good to have a rule saying he shouldn't be able to own a nuclear weapon. Coming into this debate, Scott's position was private individuals like Elon Musk should be able to buy and own nuclear weapons. So let me ask you this straightforward, Scott. Do you think that Elon Musk should, like, let's say tomorrow he says, you know what, I kind of want to own some nukes. It'll be kind of interesting. It'll be kind of fun. I'm not going to do anything bad with it, but I just want to own nuclear weapons. Should Elon Musk be able to buy and store nuclear warheads in his Tesla facility?
Yeah, in the example that you're giving, Elon Musk is communicating himself a threat to the world, and every single person in the world has the right to blow his brains out.
So Elon can't buy a nuke. Then you are against private ownership of nuclear weapons.
What if I want to buy
private ownership of nuclear weapons? I went specifically in what it is, the example that you gave. The example that you gave is Elon Musk randomly decides that he wants nuclear weapons, and he gives no reason behind what this is. He doesn't communicate anything other than, I want a toy that can blow up the world. He's not showcasing, and as I said before, the market would regulate 99.9% of nuclear weapons, would make that person a threat to everyone around them, and they would be killed. Right?
What would Elon have to do? Yeah, what would he have to do
what would Elon
for
would
you
have
to be
to do?
comfortable
Well,
with him buying and owning a nuclear weapon?
First of all, he would have to disavow any connection to the state. He would have to completely decouple himself from all of his enmeshment with the state through SpaceX, through Tesla, through all of these other things. He is a current agent of the state, right? So if he was truly a free market individual and he went and bought some private island somewhere, number one. Number two,
what if it was like me? Like, what if I wanted to build?
He would have to build a business, right? Like, he would have to build a business that showcases some rational usage, and to such a degree that everyone agrees that this action of having a nuke is not showcasing his desire to use said nuke.
Well, hold on. What if
so we the people should all get together and put limitations and stop Elon from being able to own a nuke. We should regulate what he can do.
When I say everyone agrees, again, I'm talking about like an intersubjective communication, right? So when I say everyone agrees, what I mean is that what the actions you're engaging in communicate in such a means that everyone is capable of understanding.
What if I don't want him to own a nuke? What if I don't want him to own a nuke?
That's different, right? So like if I build a fence, for example, around property, it doesn't matter what language you speak. The action of building a fence is intersubjectively communicating to everyone that this is my land. Right?
Let me
it doesn't
just ask
matter
a clarification
if someone comes to America and they can't read a no trespassing sign, right? It doesn't matter. The fence is there. What I'm talking about is that he's
You're running away from your position, Scott.
I'm not running away from your position. You asked me. You interrupted to ask me a question, and I immediately gave you an answer to the question.
Your thesis was that Elon should be able to own a nuke. Now you're saying that we all have to agree whether Elon gets to own a nuke.
I gave a long-ass fucking intro statement, and it said over and over again that the ANCAP position is more regulation, that the government ought not be trusted with it because they're reckless. You have created what
I have the regulation that Elon can never buy a nuke. My regulatory position is that Elon should never be able to own a nuke.
And the government does and has them and uses them.
People. All right, stop.
Okay, the government is different than Elon. Just saying.
Okay.
Period.
Yeah, we're going to come to that. Yeah, we can come to that in a second. I want a clarification question answered though. All right. So by this scenario, this metric you put out, Scott, I'm going to give you a different what if, all right, than what Lactoid gave you, because I think y'all are we're focusing a little bit on Elon and not as so much to like what Elon represents. Say I tomorrow, in my infinite wisdom, decided that I'm going to turn a portion of the Vicente, my ranch over here, into fucking a nuclear silo, and I said the reason for having this nuke is A, it's none of your business, but if you have to ask, it's because I don't fucking trust the government and I want to have it just in case. Now, would that be a reasonable enough reason for me to want to have the nuke?
Not at all. Not at all. You're absolutely committing an act of aggression via threat. Again, like I said,
All right.
99.9% of cases, right? Like the only way that you could own and operate nuclear weapons in such a way that most would agree, if you don't want to say everyone, right? And the way that you are communicating effectively your intent is not a threat to other people, is if you were, again, to like go to an island, start a PMC, showcase that your PMC has never violated the non-aggression principle, right? Like your PMC only goes in and stops aggressors and actions and doesn't have collateral damage. And then over time, you built these weapons to specifically protect your island and like your manufacturing facilities or whatever, right? And then you insured it, and you had all kinds of insurances and all kinds of forms of protection, to stop this in some way, shape, or form. You signed contracts that, like, if any of these things were to ever get out or to harm other people, I immediately and voluntarily forfeit my life, etc. You would have to aggressively showcase that you are not engaging in a threat, that you are engaged in responsible defensive position. Now, the government pretends like they do this, but they don't.
All right, I want to ask you a question, Scott. So Elon Musk hires a bunch of soldiers to protect the construction of his nuclear missile silo. And he's rich, so he can hire a lot of people to stand around with guns. You're saying that the state shouldn't be able to own the means of weaponry to be able to go stop him. Who goes and stops Elon from building the nuclear weapon?
In what scenario? Like, so you're saying the state doesn't exist, or the state does exist?
Yeah, I gave under your, because you've been criticizing
like the whole world is ANCAP.
Yeah, the whole world's ANCAP. You've been criticizing the way that, like, the state, like the state has a monopoly on nuclear. The state has all these weapons, etc. Okay, so we get rid of that, like you want. We get rid of the state's ability to enact force in this way. Now Elon, unfettered by the state, he hires a bunch of people with guns to guard his construction of a nuclear missile silo. There's no more U.S. government. There's no state. How is who's going to go stop Elon from building the nuke?
In this example, is the state is Elon Musk the only person with like military forces? There's no other military force in the world?
I'm sure there's other like billionaires that are building their own nuclear missile silos and buying their own
other communities or other insurance companies that
and so you have all these different people like building nuclear weapons, and your argument is this is going to lower the amount of nuclear weapons?
Well, now you added a whole new thing, which is there's all these people building nuclear weapons. So, like, at
that's
one
what you
point
said.
in time,
you said these other billionaires,
that's not what
right?
No.
Yeah, you said what about other rich people in communities?
Sure. Throughout tonight, you keep creating straw mans and then trying to stop me from
showcasing.
No,
I have to stop you because you will yap. You will yap the whole way through. I gave you a very specific question.
I gave you a very specific question because I'm making actual arguments.
No, you're verbose and you yap. I'm sorry. You have Elon Musk who built a nuclear missile silo and surrounds it with troops. Other billionaires are doing that too. Okay, and the billionaires, they're all building nuclear weapons now, right? Okay.
No.
So
you snuck that in your first one. You snuck in that they're all building.
Okay. Which billionaire is not going to build nuclear missile silos, and why?
For the very same reason that I just described, that Elon Musk, unless he went through this extremely rigid process, would be communicating a threat to other people.
Who enforces
people that don't
process?
want their brains blown out? Those would be
what?
The people that
he hired them and they have guns. He hired the people with guns.
In your magic scenario, you were saying that the world has now become might makes right. Right, you're saying that and you're also saying that Elon Musk has a unique power in such that he is far more powerful than all of the other powers in the world. If he builds a nuclear weapon in an irresponsible way, which 99.9% of individuals that would wish to do so, he is communicating a threat to everyone in the entire world, or at least the people that are within range of an intercontinental ballistic missile. Okay, and in that regard, it is in their vested interest to stop this. It is in their vested interest to take him over. He has chosen, like a complete fucking retard for some reason, to engage in an act that is an open declaration of war on the entire world. And so if somebody is a billionaire and then all of a sudden decides, along with all of the people that are under him, that they all agree that they would like to, engage in an open declaration of war with everyone in the world, we have to stop them. And that happens sometimes in history. Germany did it once, Germany did it again, right? Like sometimes sometimes certain groups of people get together and say, I want to take on the whole world in a war. I'm not arguing that my system is utopic. What I'm arguing is that market regulations and the non-aggression principle disincentivize keeping and maintaining these weapons in irresponsible ways, and that the state has proven that they lack innovation, that they destroy progress, and that they constantly fail. The United States has lost nukes so many fucking times, and like maybe once or twice was so that we could give it to Israel, but all the other fucking times was because they completely mismanaged it and just let Ocean Riku in Japan or fucking post-Soviet states or Turkey where they funnel weapons through so that other organizations can have dirty bombs.
Hold on, let me ask. Actually, I'm going to ask you a question because I'm going to move this topic a little bit from where it's at here because I have a question, and I think that you actually Fabian answered already, but I want to kind of like maybe see what your thoughts are real quick. All right. So Fabian posited that you can't separate nuclear energy from nuclear weapons, right? And I think that's something interesting. And I don't know exactly like where you were going with how you feel about this. What do you have to say about like, the thought that that statement's true? Like, say if I took not a nuclear bomb, perhaps, but I took the what's it called, the leftover remains from the nuclear facility that we own and made a dirty bomb. Do you have an issue with like private ownership of a nuclear reactor, since that's a possibility, or no?
I have a problem with private ownership of nuclear radioactive materials. There was an example I forget how long ago it was, but there was a kid who was pulling the radium out of smoke detectors, which have a small amount of radium. And in his basement, he was building like a miniature nuclear reactor, which is like, on one hand, a little bit impressive, but it's incredibly dangerous. And the government found out about this because of elevated radioactive levels in the area. And then they found out he was building a nuclear reactor, and they stopped him because we can't have people building nuclear reactors in their basement. And this is, I think, the ultimate enforcement problem with Scott's whole system. This kid was building this in his basement until the government noticed and they came and stopped him, because the government monitors this shit. Without a government to be monitoring this shit, people aren't gonna, Elon could be building this nuclear facility in secret. Who the fuck is gonna know, right? There's nobody who has the right to come onto Elon's property to go investigate what he's doing under this system. Elon could be building the nuclear weapon silo underground and having armed guards surrounding every entrance. There's no way to stop this under the system that's being proposed. And secondly, it relies on everybody, or at least enough people, to overcome somebody with incredible amounts of wealth who has hired mercenaries to guard his house. It's relying on enough people to have the ability to go stop him. Perhaps, and that's also assuming that other people with equal ability would also somehow want to stop him, or perhaps they're focused on their own nuclear development. Perhaps they're focused on their own mercenary groups, which is most likely what would happen. There's a clear enforcement problem here.
Okay, yeah, so let me respond to this real quick. So there's a couple problems here. First of all, the story you're spreading is like he did not build a nuclear reactor. The kid in question, okay, did not build a functional nuclear reactor. Yeah, he was trying. He did some cool shit, but he did not do anything that was any way, shape, or form a threat to anybody other than like the neighbor's house. Okay, he did not engage in anything that would be able to produce the type of weapon that you're talking about. Yeah, it's a threat, but it's not the threat that you're trying to tie it to as if it's like a nuclear weapon and this is why we need the state. Number two, it's very interesting. Like the pro-state argument is kind of like a rigged thing, right? Because every example that you give here of like times that like nukes got to like terrorists or like, there were problems is like, this is why we need state regulation, right? And then every time that like it doesn't happen, it goes, see, this is why state regulation is working, right? It's like no matter what, you get to utilize the examples of whether or not problems occur as a success for the state or as an argument for why we need more regulation in protecting these materials. The fact of the matter is that it is absurdly expensive. This is why you keep using the concept of billionaires, right? It is absurdly expensive to engage in these things. The moment Elon Musk does this, he's going to lose every fucking business contact he's got because he just declared war on the world. He's going to be debanked. He's going to have all of his investments. What do you mean, how are they going to know? Is it only the state that builds satellites? Oh, I'm sorry. Did Elon Musk not build a bunch of fucking satellites? I mean,
are those satellites going to monitor his underground facility?
So you're saying that only the government can engage in protection, Right? Is that your claim?
I'm saying if you value property rights, other people besides the government aren't allowed to come into my private property and see what I'm doing. If Elon is building an underground facility, the government does have the right to go in there and look. Do you think other private people should be able to walk into Elon's facility just to check what he's doing in there? Do you really believe that's like the future ANCAP world you want?
I think if you have a giant facility and you have tons and tons of employees, that the fact that the idea that
automated.
Elon Musk is going to Manhattan Project this is a little absurd. First of all, you don't have a right to privacy when talking about this. Right to privacy is something that like we kind of all accept because the state has granted that you have a right to privacy, right? But under a system that I argue for, you don't actually have a right to privacy. So
you have a right against trespass?
You have a right against trespass on your property.
Okay,
right?
so you've got an underground facility. He's got
Mhm.
his employees that are sworn to secrecy. I mean, we kept the Manhattan Project secret.
Cameras are a thing, right? Like
who's going to bring? Hold on, who's going to bring in cameras to his facility? They're going to trespass.
Well, I don't know if you know this, but like cameras can actually like see real far, right? Like they can see from away from the property.
It's underground, Scott.
Okay, again, these things have heat maps. So you have an underground in your analogy, right? What you're saying is that in this world, is it possible that Elon Musk engages in good business practices enough to become a billionaire? Which first and foremost, monopolies are created by the state, and I don't think that you're going to see as many billionaires under a free market system anyways, because you're going to have way more competition because regulation is utilized by corporations to protect their profits and maintain big business. So you're probably not even going to have any fucking billionaires. But let's assume that there are some people that do become super wealthy billionaires. And in your example, you're saying, is it possible that Elon Musk is the example here, but someone is wildly successful, follows the non-aggression principle, is deeply involved in all of these businesses, and then one day decides, okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to risk my business, risk my property, risk everything to create a secret underground facility and hope that none of this information ever leaks so that I can have nuke. Like it's you're right. You're right. It is possible, right? It absolutely is possible. You're
framing it as absurd when in reality, like right now, Elon Musk is a multi-billionaire. Right now, he's an incredibly rich person. We have examples like Iran. We have examples like North Korea, which were able to develop their nuclear programs in secret. The U.S. with our fucking satellites, we couldn't see underground. It's a big issue. We can't look through dirt, right? And so they were able to build these nuclear facilities underground. Elon Musk could very well, with the money he currently has, he could set aside resources because people can't look into it because that's trespassing. And he could build an underground facility.
Well, not looking into it is not trespassing.
In this facility, he could develop nuclear weapons, assuming that we're not going to have government oversight. Now, I didn't even think at the beginning of this you were arguing along the typical thing of, yes, abolish all the government. The thesis of this was, should Elon Musk be able to own a nuke, right? I wasn't even holding you to this idea that the government doesn't exist.
Hold on,
but now you're saying that the government. Now you're saying that the government.
Don't say now. I opened with my opening statement, and I have not changed my arguments.
You opened by saying that we should all stop Elon from owning a nuke. That was your opening statement.
My opening statement, and I will quote you, is this reduction in. Sorry, hold on. Let me go back. That was the wrong paragraph from the beginning.
That we should all be able to stop Elon.
I have the unenviable task to argue uphill against memes and dispel myths. The same memes you keep bringing up. But I intend to argue the ANCAP position. We need more regulation. That is the closing sentence of my first opening paragraph. And I reiterate this throughout the entire opening statement. I don't know if you just didn't listen.
Well, you're saying market regulation.
In your fucking head because you knew that my arguments were so fucking good.
Hold on.
Your position was in favor of private ownership of nuclear weapons. This is the whole point of this debate. You're running away from it now.
Let's just do
I'm not running away from it just because you don't like my answer, which has been my argument the entire time. You want to straw man me into thinking that everybody should have nukes without anybody stopping them. That's what you want my position to be because it's easy for you to defeat. Unfortunately,
all the people will rise up and go stop Elon from privately owning a nuke.
Hold on. Take a second here. All right, housekeeping. What we're gonna do? We're getting close to time, so what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna let the girls here, our wonderful judges, ask a couple questions real quick. We'll make these answers quick, boys here. But I do I want to do a little housekeeping. All right, everybody go follow these wonderful people. All that good jazz. You like this content, sub and donate, all that good jazz. That's as well. So make sure you go follow them. You can I'll either post their links throughout the night. We'll post them again here in a moment. But yes, let's go to. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna have y'all the girls ask questions, and then we're gonna move to closings after that because we are getting close to time. So, Sky, let's go to you, Streamy. Do you have any questions for us before we move on?
Been a little bit confusing, to be honest, to see, because we don't really have very clear, concise arguments tonight. So I just want to. Okay, so in a perfect world, I'm taking it. Both of the panelists think in a perfect world. Oh shit.
We lost her. We'll get her back.
Yeah, in a perfect world, no one would own nukes for weapons, right? But do both of you agree that we should be using nukes for nuclear energy?
Yes, with
Do you
government
both-
oversight.
So that with government oversight, okay. And Scott, you're saying, what do you feel about that? What's your direct answer with that?
Like I said before, right? I don't want to get too lengthy, right? But they're tied, right? The government oversight has priced nuclear energy out of the market, right? It's just too expensive to in most localities and in most situations for us to actually have clean energy, right? But yeah, I absolutely would say that a nuclear facility that is not engaged in armaments is something that you would see a lot more of, right? But I think you would have to, again, you're communicating something entirely different when you start building nuclear warheads, and the process is different, right? That's an important thing I think to stress here, right? That the materials that you need for an A-bomb, right, are very, very different than, they're not very different, but they're refined in such a way that they are different than what you need for nuclear energy.
But would you want those to be government regulated, or how would someone approach that?
Are you talking to me?
Yes.
Well, yeah. So I mean, my position is an anarchist position, right? I would want government regulation, but the governments that I'm talking about would be private ownership and markets and insurance companies, not the democratic system of electing Nancy Pelosi to lie to us for 20 years about the secret shit our government's doing.
Yes. Instead, he wants an insurance company, which are famous for never lying, to look after the nuclear reactors.
Well, no.
All right.
I mean, people lie, right? But it is also some of the most heavily regulated industries enmeshed with the government.
Regulated by
that
who?
exists in America. By the state.
Oh, okay. So, Skyana, do you have a question here for us?
I don't think I do.
Okay,
I think I
fantastic.
understand.
All right, I'm gonna let y'all do closings. Fabian started, so Lactoid, you're gonna start us off with you got 3 minutes here for the closing. Whenever you're ready. 1 second here. All right, I'm ready when you are. Go ahead.
Yeah, so we saw a little bit of a change throughout this discussion. I know Scott's taking contention with that, but I want you guys to see what actually happened. You know, in my introduction, it was the case against private nuclear ownership. This was what I was going into. This was the thesis. This is what we're talking about. The idea was I was arguing that private individuals should not be able to own nuclear weapons. ANCAPs, very stereotypically, and I've heard Scott make this argument before, he would make the argument that private individuals like McDonald's should be able to own nuclear weapons. I am saying no. I think it's a very bad idea if we allow McDonald's to own nuclear weapons. I think it's a bad idea if we allow Elon Musk to own nuclear weapons. And a big part of this is I'm going to use, when Scott changed his position a little bit halfway through, I'm going to use that phrase that he said. I think it's actually a pretty good phrase, which is owning a nuclear weapon is the same thing as flagging a gun around. Why? You are putting everybody else around you at risk. For a nuclear weapon, even more so. A nuclear weapon is capable of incinerating millions of lives at the press of a button. It is an incredibly risky proposal to say anybody should be able to own it. Ideally, no one would own it. Ideally, we would be denuclearizing in terms of weapons. I'm fine with nuclear energy, right? We'd be denuclearizing in terms of weapons because I don't like the idea that we have governments or private individuals being able to incinerate each other at the push of a button. But I especially don't like it when you have private individuals who don't necessarily have oversight, who don't have observation from government agencies, who don't have, the people keeping them somewhat accountable to, hey, don't use that on a city because you're having a bad day. I don't want that kind of future. I don't want people to be able to own weapons that are of such danger, of such magnitude, that they're able to destroy and level entire cities. Just like I said in my opening, I also don't want people building little reactors out of radium or being able to manufacture mustard gas in their apartments. I don't want people doing this. If I find out that private individuals are doing a thing that is incredibly dangerous to everybody else around them, the government is justified in saying, hey, your personal freedom is important, but the risk posed to this, it's just too high. That's, you know, my whole thesis was that. My whole thesis here was, I just don't think it's a good idea to allow Elon Musk to own a nuclear weapon. And there should be a law, which there currently is. We should keep the law on the books the government has, saying that private individuals are not allowed to own nuclear weapons. Thank you.
All right, fantastic. Now, before I have Fabian go, here's what's going to happen, guys. Here at the end, what we're going to do is I want y'all to vote, chat at the end here. I'm going to post the voting. I'm not going to post the voting until the Fabian finishes closing. Ladies, y'all will send me who y'all think won at the end. Now, remember, this is not what y'all personally believe. That's the goal. It's who was the most convincing. That's what we're voting on, folks. So, all right. Give me 1 second. And Fabian, you can go now whenever you're ready.
Yeah, so I never changed my position throughout my entire debate, right? I said over and over again and in the opening, right, that I'm in favor of more regulation, that I want market regulation, that I think the state has shown throughout its history of not having the correct incentive structure to actually keep these weapons safe. Part of that is that the state in a non-competitive system does not innovate, right? It's really more of an economic situation in that point, right? The state, you know, the means by which these facilities, especially weapons, are maintained, they do not have the same level of innovation and progress because they are beholden to bureaucratic systems that are overseen by politicians, and then people vote on majority or electoral college-based systems for said politicians. There's all of these layers, and that the private market incentives of things like, you know, gene therapy, like I talked about in Prospera, et cetera, they do a risk reward scenario. And when we talk about relatively small risks, like, you know, a handgun, when compared to a nuclear weapon, well, the risk reward scenario changes there, right? It's pretty easy to get insurance, you know, in the inevitable accidents that will occur in the world when, you know, someone kills someone or something. And it's very easy to pay that cost. But the cost of nuclear weapons, as has been brought up multiple times, is essentially insurmountable. It's so fucking dangerous. It's so much that the cost to insure, maintain, protect, and keep these things safe is incredibly high. The state consistently loses nuclear weapons and nuclear material. I mean, some of that might have been like intentional to go to like Israel with like the Numek incident. We don't know. But over and over again, the state has shown that they're not good at protecting these systems, that they're not good at investigating where these things go. And they have shown, like I stated, that when they use one nuke, 3 days later, they'll use another nuke just to make a point and murder, you know, 70, 80,000 people. Now, I said over and over again that in the beginning and throughout the debate that I'm for more regulation. I'm for market regulation. And I said I have an uphill battle to face here because my position is not a popular one, for sure. And I said that I would have to fight memes, and I was hoping that I wouldn't. I was hoping that I wrote that line as a joke, and then I could have like a constructive debate, as opposed to someone that didn't engage with any of my arguments that I laid out in the beginning, consistently strawmanned me, and then got angry and upset and interrupted me every time I attempted to fix those. But, you know, I understand blood sports and things like that. It's an entertainment game. Sometimes people don't have strong arguments to bear, and that's fine. But I think history shows, economics shows, examples show that we need to regulate, and the state cannot be trusted in this means throughout it all. And no, Elon Musk can't have fucking nukes because he's going to get his brains blown out because he's committing a threat like we both agreed to.
All right. So, yeah, CBU vote check. Voting is live now. Also, somebody donated a bunch of subs.
Is it a poll?
Yeah, there's going to be a poll. I also highly recommend the debaters vote for themselves. You know, that's always good. You two, ladies, can just send it to me in private. That'll be the easiest way. And then afterwards, we'll announce who won and why, and y'all can tell us why y'all think you won.
Where do we vote?
But yes, it's on my stream. The poll is up.
Can't find you on Twitch. Did you get like fucking shadow banned or some shit?
Nah.
No, you just have to type the whole name.
Yeah.
Eggs under eyes.
I probably have shadow banned because if you put politics in the thing, it kind of hides you. But That's okay.
Did you put it as your classification?
I
It
did
should
put
be
it as a
fine.
Yeah, I
classification.
literally can't
Yeah.
find it. Or maybe I can do a direct link through Discord, I think. Because I think like it shows you like you have a direct link.
I haven't had a problem finding it. So let's hold that.
There we go.
Baby Liberty is right here, and then Lactoid is at the bottom. If y'all are confused. Okay, hold on. Something's wrong with this poll. There's like no way. We got 100,000 votes here. Let's just fix that.
Does like each person's vote count for like 5 or
It
something?
should just
Oh,
count.
if you use channel points, then you can vote more.
Yeah, it's not supposed to do that. I took that off. Yeah, so we got like 2,000 votes here already. I was like, that's
It's reasonable.
It's like,
we
damn,
should let people.
damn, this is a you got a lot of viewers, man. They're not getting captured.
yeah, bro,
This
right?
is like
I
a
was
Cuban
just-
election.
Yeah, now, yeah, we had a listen. We're gonna fix that. We're not gonna have the
Yeah.
rigged voting machines here. Al Gore doesn't need to pop back up, I don't think, or whoever it was. I
No,
think it
man.
was Gore Bush.
My Pillow guy is fucking involved somehow.
All right, yeah, my pillow guy. That's a good one.
You guys over here saying stop the steal. Whatever.
All right. Yeah, I mean that was gonna go to whoever had the most like time in the channel. That's not good. All right, let's try this one more time.
All right.
There we go. There we go. Yeah, it's rigged. Apparently, it's rigged. If that's the case, then I would just go in there and vote like a million times. Yeah, I gotta say, I'm real disappointed that you didn't want me to have a nuke, Fabian. I think that
I mean, like,
I would like
it depends on. I mean, like, yeah, no, dude. Like, I don't know what to tell you, man. I don't trust you with nukes.
Yeah, it'll
Like,
be good.
I like talking to you, but you talk about fucking bombing people a lot, dude.
Yeah,
Like,
it'll be all right. The drone strikes, it'll be fine. You know, don't worry about it.
No, I don't know about that, brother.
When's a little drone strike ever hurt anybody? You know.
I mean, that is, I guess, the motto of the Obama administration. Another group of people I don't fucking trust with nukes, you know?
Everybody but gives you nukes. Yeah, funny. All right. Yes. Thank y'all. Also, judges, thank y'all so much for being here. I know this isn't y'all's normal stuff. Well, Skyhana, you kind of started doing some of the debate stuff recently.
I
what do
only
you
did
mean?
once before, but yeah.
But no, but then we caught
I keep thinking
caught
you're
you
saying
on-
Scott. I'm sorry. I apologize.
Yeah, then we caught her. We caught her today watching a WIC panel. So we've got her.
A little bit, yeah.
We're getting there. We're slowly bringing her to the side over here. I don't think we're ever going to convert Anne here to the debate panels, are we?
I mean, I'm here for it whenever I can be, but
Yeah.
I mean, look, I'm just going to be misogynist, and I hope it doesn't, harm my votes in this, in who won or whatever.
Bro,
But,
you're
like,
about to be
doing?
openly
Hold on.
misogynist.
What are
Yeah,
you
yeah,
doing?
Yeah, I'm always honest. I'm not
I
a good
respect
man,
all
I'm
women.
not, but
Before
I
he
am an
goes,
honest
I
man.
respect all women. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah. So I'm just saying, look, if you are attractive and you are a female, okay, you can just hop on the fucking debate space and you can make an opening statement and you can make like 2 other things, and guess what? You will get invited back. All right? That is just how the game is played. It's just true. If you are attractive and you're a female, okay, it's not a big barrier to entry is all I'm saying, right? You don't have to be
I
like,
mean,
oh my
to be
God, can I
fair-
debate with the best of them? You can make 1 or 2 fucking arguments and be eye candy, and literally the stream will get more viewers because you are there, and everyone that runs those panels knows it, and they will invite you back regardless of whether or not you do a good job debating.
To be fair though, and I might want to push back against this. I have discovered recently that having in shape dudes on draws in a certain crowd that pays a lot of money. That has been
Yo,
that
gay
has been
dudes,
more.
gay dudes
They will
do
spend-
have deep pockets. All right,
They be spending money, bro.
it's that gender pay gap. You know what I mean? Like they got they got that whole dollar instead of that 82 cents.
I learned that in 10th grade marketing class. They teach that shit in high school. Sex sells. Doesn't matter if it's debates, doesn't matter if you're selling phones, doesn't matter if you're in whatever it is. That is facts. And
All right.
it's yeah.
Yeah, well, it's true. It's true. All right, looks like the polls have closed, and it looks like Lactoid has won the chat vote 10-9. All right, and
was
so
close.
yeah, it was very
close. Wow.
Yeah, it was actually close all around here, I think. All right, so it looks like then, Ed, who won in your opinion and why?
Okay.
Well, hold on. You say something?
I voted for Scott, actually. Okay, the reason being, hear me out, guys. I know it's the unpopular vote, but the arguments that he brought up were there was a lot. It wasn't cut and dry. It wasn't just here, this is what I think and why. There was a lot of good arguments that got me thinking. And now here's my thing. Now, I know it sounds crazy and outlandish, like having the people regulate nukes, right? But isn't the government supposed to be regulated by people in general, right? Like people, the majority of people are supposed to vote for your government. So really, if you think about it, then isn't the government regulated by people at the end of the day, right? And I will say, what really sold me was Scott was bringing up history about, certain governments having nukes hasn't been the safest thing at the end of the day. Personally, I don't feel safe having North Korea, Iran, any government, including the States, Russia, owning nukes at all. So, what's the difference to me, whether it's the people or whether it's the government? Because they've done us dirty in the past, so to speak. Yeah, that was my answer.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. All right, so we got chat wrote one. We got Scott one. Scott, you get to be the tiebreaker. Who won and why? No pressure.
I was gonna do Lactoid today. Just a more understanding statements. I think Scott came in with a lot of confusion and a lot of statements that didn't really necessarily have to do with the whole entire topic. But as well as, I just don't trust anyone with a lot of money. I don't even trust our state, really, not even gonna lie. So, it's a hard argument to have more regulation, but also more people in the mix. That just doesn't make any sense to me, personally. Yeah, that's why, I guess.
All right. Well, thank you. So it looks like Lactoid's the winner. Fabian, very good, very close run. I mean, it was actually close all around. I mean, only one vote difference in chat, and it was a split vote here. So
yeah, it was a 50-50, basically.
I'm sure Scott was back.
Hold on. It was a 49-51, right?
Yeah.
And Lactoid definitely won, and 49-51. Just like all of our elections and the way politicians are elected, overwhelmingly the people have absolutely no say in the process.
I actually
no, I'm saying in a completely fair and just system of democracy, 51% decides who the winner is.
Right, and we know how much you love democracy.
Democracy is the greatest evil. Or to quote Hans Hermann Hoppe, democracy is a soft variant of communism, and rarely in history has it been treated as anything.
There are definitely things that I agree with from both of you guys.
Yeah, I think it's pretty close. Lactoid, closing thoughts since you won. How do you feel? How does it feel to be champion? Do you feel good?
It feels good. Thank you, Scott, for arguing with me. Gibbs, thank you for putting this whole thing on. To both of our lovely judges here, thank you so much for taking time just to come here and judge us. And then for all of you watching, really appreciate it. If you're not following Gibbs or Fabian Liberty Scott, highly recommend both of them. Pop over to their channels and give them a follow. They both have my endorsement. I think they are a force for good in my utilitarian calculus. I think they are a force for good in this space. We need to oppose the rise of the leftists, and so I'm glad we were able to do that here today. Thanks.
Well, that's fantastic. Lactoid, send me a good mailing address here in about 2-3 weeks. You'll have a nice, cool DCS shirt with your name on it saying champion. And then also looking forward, we'll have the new seasonal format being announced here soon, guys. It's going to be fun. As for now, I guess we're going to raid somebody who's going to be on our show tomorrow. And so, everybody.
I don't get a goodbye? I don't get a send-off?
Oh, yeah. You get
What's tomorrow?
You don't get send-offs? I see how it is.
Yeah, well, you just said something. I gave you first send off. Yeah, fine. Let's do that. Why don't you give us a send off, and everybody else will shout out your stuff one more time. Go ahead, baby.
You pointed. Oh, your camera.
Yeah, this way.
Yeah, no, it's opposite side.
That way. Yeah, you go, Fabian. You, Fabian, one of the girls.
I agree, Lactoid. All of these people seem to be good people, except for Sky. Fuck you. You didn't vote for me, so I just immediately assume you're bad now. Kidding. Yeah, no, I appreciate it. It was fun doing the whole championship thing. Having two libertarians, the small L and the big L libertarians duking it out was fun. So of course we had to do a meme debate, and it's a lot of fun. I love the format. I really want to see more of these shows because I think your format is just great. You know, that first round where we ended up being judges for the other people was just like a great way of doing it. I like that a lot. If I convince one person, if one person sees it and changes their opinion towards libertarianism, as opposed to whatever ideology Lactoid is putting forward, that isn't libertarianism, I'm happy, man. I love it. That's like, if I was a grifter, I'd be a fucking, a Republican MAGA guy being like, fucking buy the MAGA calendars, right? I'm not in this to fucking, I'm in this because I believe in it, and I'm happy to see anybody learn or, think about things and challenge that. And I appreciate the opportunity that you gave me to do that. Thank you so much.
No problem. Thanks for being here. And like I said, I think you're going to like the seasonal format even more maybe than the Crayon Pricks format. I got something cooking that's going to be good. All right, and Skyana, go ahead and tell us who you are, what you do. I'm going to find you.
Yeah, no, I'm
What you got coming
Skyana.
up?
I'm a very chill gamer. I usually don't like conflict, but I do love listening to debates. I've always loved listening to debates. Great conversation starters. I love hearing everyone's point of views, thinking about everything. Primarily on Twitch, I do be streaming games, Rivals and Valorant. But I've been trying to, I guess, sneak my way into these panels. So, yeah, that's me.
We love having you. They're fun. And Hot and Streamy, tell us who you are, what you do.
Yeah, Valorant, you.
So lately, I've been doing a lot of Discord call-ins, so this has really been my cup of tea recently. I definitely try not to pick sides too often, just because when you start doing that, you start creating people who like you and people who don't like you, and so it's not really the best take if you're trying to, just as a streamer, to be honest. But it's been really fun lately. So thank you, Gibbs, for inviting me on and allowing me to pick a side tonight. Both debaters were great. It was really difficult. I just picked one. So yeah. Thanks, guys.
Well, thanks for being here. I appreciate it. Like I said, tomorrow, if y'all like debate content, we're going to be having the Give Me a Break panel at 7:30. Topic I will announce later. It's going to be much more fiery than this. Unlike Ann, I like to take sides. So you're going to see a lot of
time.
Yeah, you see a lot of rage.
All of the world that understands that he's not on East Coast time.
Central Standard Time, the best time because it's Texas time. But yeah, it's gonna be pretty wild. So if y'all enjoy that, and then as for the people that have been asking about doing call-ins, we'll probably have an open panel of some sort afterwards. And if you do like open call-ins, there's lots of people in the space that do those. So come join us for it; it'll be fun. But we're gonna rate out somebody that's gonna be on the show tomorrow. And thank everybody for being here. Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Bye.
Peace.
Pentapo, good choice.
Yeah, another one fighting the good fight here, And we're out. But yeah, thanks everybody for coming. Lactoid, would you want to do a 14th Amendment thing soon?
What about
you want to do a 14th Amendment panel? Pentapo was asking me about it.
Sure.
All right.
Does he take the position that it does not protect the birthright?
I'm not sure what his position is, but
okay.
he was telling me he wants to do it. I'm gonna see if I can get a couple other lawyers.
Sure.
We can have a fun one. I'll let you know when we do that specifically. All right, guys.
That sounds interesting.
Cool. It was lovely to meet you guys all.
Nice to meet you
all.
all.
Thanks
Catch you guys later.
Thank
Y'all be
you,
good.
everyone.
Thanks
See
for
you.
coming, girls. Y'all be good. Appreciate y'all judging for us. I know it's not y'all's
No
usual
worries.
stuff.
No, it's fun. It's a good change.
It
of
is
pace.
fun.
All right. Yeah. Thank you, everyone. Have a good night.
All right, peace.
Bye.
All right, hold on. I gotta stop the virtual cam. I gotta change this back to this, I think. Do this. Bring this up. Go to center react. Change this. Oh, the things I have to do. All right, there we go. Put some music back on. Oh my God. I had this minimized for a while. And you guys can't see it, but chat is catching up on my app, and it's hilarious. I was watching her stream. Are you one of the fuckers that didn't vote? Look. I'm okay with losing. I kind of went in knowing that I was going to lose, not expecting a win. Like, I prepared really well, I think. But I went in knowing that, like, the topic was going to be memed and no one was going to take it seriously to a certain extent. And that, like, it was going to be, that it was going to be just a very, very difficult position to argue, right? Like, it is the most extreme ANCAP position. It's like this, and like the judicial system should be handled by private companies, are like the last things when you are a minarchist that you eventually accept to become an ANCAP. So I was essentially arguing with a small L libertarian to an audience of normies that, like, they should fully and completely adopt anarcho-capitalism, right? But I was doing it in the domain of, like, one topic. I do want to say the 9 to 10 boys, when the voting was taking place, we had 37 people in here. All right. And there was a total of 19 votes. Okay. Like, what the fuck, guys? I'm not mad that I lost. I went in thinking I was going to lose. But the idea that I had almost double the people in, and that I had one less than double the total amount of people that voted, and I spammed the vote to you guys, and basically none of you voted. Come on, guys. Yeah, for sure, Silk Fox. Like, you know, and I said in the beginning, like, I think what was my opening statement, like, and I think this is kind of probably, maybe I should have thought about the way that I structured it by not having this in the middle of my opener, because I didn't realize just how important this was going to be. I mean, I did recognize it was important, but you can never predict fully how a debate is going to go with another person. But I said, like, next we must discuss a deeply held and false assumption on the nature of regulation. That is that regulation is something the government does for our safety, and that the market does not regulate. When one such as myself argues that the market should be in charge of these weapons instead of the government, the knee-jerk reaction is, who will regulate them if not the state? The answer is that very market, but I'm sure most of you will remain unconvinced. So we must look at incentives and evidence to establish the fact that the market regulates dangerous property better than the state. And throughout the entire debate, he kept running from my actual argument to accusing me of changing my argument when he couldn't run from it, and then just creating this straw man position that I want everyone to fucking own nukes whenever they want. And it's like, dude, like, and then eventually when I kept hammering him, he accused me and the audience, I guess, of people that don't remember my opening or that have short memories or, you know, tuned into the stream later. He consistently accused me of changing my argument. And I just, like, I feel like I highlighted that again. But yeah. Slaves must have their chains. Yeah, I mean, there is this baked in presumption that the state is the agent of regulation, and that the state steps in when the market fails to do things, right? Like that the market has market failures, and that is a justification for the state. And the thing is that nobody really makes that argument that often. It's just kind of assumed via the status quo. Yeah, Scott, you need to speak more slowly and get a bigger chest. That was wild, though, that the other girl was just like, I voted for Lactoid because the other guy was confusing, and then I believe that, like, corporations having things would be bad. I was like, what? Like, you literally just said that you voted because you didn't understand? And also, every single time she was given an opportunity to ask questions, she was like, no, I'm good. I don't need to ask questions. So she was confused about my position and confused about the debate, but then never asked questions for clarification. And then voted based off of her opinion and vote based off of the fact that she was confused by my arguments. Like, bruh, that's wild to me. She said she doesn't trust rich people. Yeah, right. Well, I wanted to hammer more the, I just didn't get an opportunity. I mean, you only have so much time in these debates. I really wanted to hammer in more that, like, billionaires are not private entities. Like, there is no billionaire in existence. You know, Casimir was bringing this up. There's no billionaire that you have in America that is not deeply enmeshed with state subsidies, regulation, lobbying, all of these other things, and that the state is the one that creates monopolies. Monopolies cannot be created other than through the state. And so, like, the concept that, like, there would even be these massive billionaires is an assumption that I think isn't necessarily isn't well evidenced, right? It's just an assumption that because our current system creates billionaires, that a full ANCAP world would create billionaires, and then that they would create billionaires in a society that worships, or adheres to the non-aggression principle and adheres to free market capitalism, would then randomly use all of that wealth to essentially declare war on the rest of the world, and that this would be simultaneously happening in time, in like that 2-month period where one builds nukes, other people start building nukes, that like all of these people would simultaneously be secretly having their own Manhattan projects that nobody knows about and declaring war on the world. And he was like, no, I'm crazy for saying that that's crazy. But it's so convoluted to like communicate that, right? Honestly, I feel like the topic deserves more time for his arguments as well as mine. But yeah, I don't know. Like, I mean, it's fun, like I said, I expect it to lose. But like, I really do wish he would have engaged with my arguments and not engaged with the straw man position and then constantly accusing me of changing positions. It's unfortunate. But it's a tactic that works when to the general audience, I guess. If they can hide Manhattan projects, couldn't the billionaires just do that now? Well, no, his argument was that because the state has the ability to invade private property, and then that's fine. Right? And it's weird because then he later said that the state couldn't figure out that Iran was producing nuclear weapons. Right? And it harkens like what he says these two things simultaneously. And it goes to the argument that I made earlier, which is, it's kind of a win-win for I made a song about your debate. Oh wow. It's kind of a win-win for the state, right? Because every single time like nuclear proliferation works and a treaty gets signed, or there aren't any nukes going off, you get to say that's because the state is doing a great job of protecting us from the nukes. And every time some bad person gets nukes, every time some terrorist gets nukes, every time some nuclear material gets lost, it's, oh, well, this is why we need the state to regulate nuclear material, because look at these bad guys that are trying to get out. And this is why the state needs to be involved. It's like, so literally there's no evidence whatsoever from the presumed empiricist or consequentialist that can be utilized rationally to determine that the state is not good at this. And like, that's just wild. Like he proved it with his discussion of Iran, whilst at the same time saying, well, this is why we need to invade, this is why the state needs the capacity to go into property and do inspections and things like that. It's like it's secret. Like, so you're saying like it's a secret facility. Why wouldn't they be able to make a secret facility now? So it's a known facility, but it's a secret facility. Well, if it's a secret facility, when is the state going to fucking send their investigation team? Like the same state agents that did inspections for Deepwater Horizon, the same state agents that, that consistently know about school shooters and Discord servers but can't figure out how to stop them, are going to find the secret fucking underground nuclear facilities. But they don't do that now because what? Because the state exists? Where is their incentive structure? It makes no fucking sense. Like, the argument is just like it's just saying, like, it's just a bunch of positing what ifs and not actually thinking through the what ifs. Yeah, originating out of Wakita collided with military chopper over the river outside DC. Head state wins, tails private loses. Exactly. Wichita. Isn't there a lot of secret facilities? What do you mean? Dude, why is my fucking Pretzel Rocks keeps like playing the same song over and over again? There we go. But yeah, it was a fun debate. Man, you miss my bangers just to read that? Dude, I miss shit sometimes, brother. Like, I don't miss fucking super chats. Speaking of which, during the debate, Stacey Pastry asked me a question. I feel like I answered it in the debate, and I answered it kind of just now a couple minutes ago. But she said, this can wait. Do you think that if the world was ANCAP, that it would be possible for individuals to create such massive wealth? The answer is, I do think that it is possible. I think it is just much, much less likely than it is under the current state, right? And the reason I say that is because monopolies can only be created by the state. Monopoly, like if a monopoly exists, it is because the state has used force. Well, I won't say monopolies can also be created by, force, right? Which is in effect a governmental agency that applies non-voluntary force becomes a state, right? So nevertheless, it's true, right? Monopolies can only be created by the state because you have to make something illegal for other people to compete in order for it to be a true monopoly, right? So we use this term, in economics after the term monopoly was utilized by Adam Smith in Wealth of Nations, right? He even makes the argument about like a natural monopoly, but he doesn't call it a natural monopoly. That's a term that's utilized later, right? Which is where you have a majority of the market share because you control all of the product in a specific region, right? But monopolies don't actually exist unless done so by the state, unless violence comes in and steps in. And the reason for that is that, like, even if you have 100% market share, which is this like made up commie economics bullshit, even if you have that, it's still not a monopoly, right? Like Alcoa is the example that Thomas Sowell uses in Basic Economics, and I think it's a great example, right? Alcoa for decades was the only company in the United States of America that sold aluminum, right? And it's the American Aluminum Company. And during their tenure of being the only seller of aluminum in the United States, the price of aluminum kept falling, and they never had a rate of profit above 12%. So they never went over 12% profit, and they kept reducing prices. Well, why? Well, the thing is that Alcoa in this example is actually in competition. It's not a monopoly. Why is it not a monopoly despite the fact that they sell all of the aluminum in the United States? Well, number one, they're in competition with other metals. They're in competition with cast iron. They're in competition with other metals that have relatively similar conductivity, right? They're in like all of these things can be built with aluminum. Like, for example, your pots and pans, right? If there was one seller of aluminum and they decided to jack up the price of aluminum by like 10 times, well, then a whole bunch of companies would stop making aluminum pots and pans. They'd make copper pans, they'd make stainless steel, they'd make other forms of cookware or flatware or whatever, right? That didn't include this. So even though they have 100% market share of one product, they're still in competition with other products that fulfill the same desires from the consumer, right? Because the consumer is part of the supply and demand equation. They're the demand, right? They demand pots and pans. They don't demand aluminum. Okay, and so the pots and pans can be filled by any other role. And then number two, Alcoa is in competition with investors. So if they end up making 40, 50, 60% profit because their prices are so high, then other people might go, you know what? I'm going to get in on this aluminum shit. And it doesn't matter that it takes a big investment early up. These guys are making so much money, I'm going to get into this business. All of a sudden, they're in competition. So why am I talking about all of this like competitive means and like monopoly granted by the state and all of this shit in terms of is it possible for these wealthy people to exist? And the reason I'm saying that is because in a free market, billionaires that are amassing wealth, that have large companies, have what's known as the Matthew principle in economics, right? Or it's Weber came up with the term, right? Which is that in a bureaucracy, individuals rise to the level of their own incompetence. Okay? So what does that mean? That means that if you're in a company, let's say Geico, right? You get a promotion because you do a really good job. Then you get another promotion because you do a really good job. Then you get another promotion because you do a really good job. But now you do a medium okay job, and that's where you stay. You don't get promoted because the other people doing your job outcompete you for that promotion. The other people that are available in the marketplace for a promotion are better than you. And so what that means is that when you have large businesses and companies, yes, there is something such as economies of scale, right? Where these big companies are able to get bulk prices and thus reduce price. But there's also economies of scope where individuals are able to find niche parts of the market, right? Talk about that with like bookstores, where like there's these mom and pop bookstores that exist that are popping up. We're seeing more bookstores being built, and that's because small bookstores can do well, even though Amazon exists and you can get books cheaper. Is it the Peter Principle? I think, yeah, it is the Peter Principle. Thank you. The Thomas Principle. There's the Thomas Principle, the Matthew Principle, the Peter Principle, and like the Thomas Principle is that even though something can be not necessarily material, but if people treat it like it's real, then it's real. And yeah, and then the Peter Principle might be Pareto distribution. I don't know. It's one of these fucking principles. Anyways, so these big bureaucratic companies become slow to change, and their entire middle management structure becomes full of incompetent people, and the people at the top become less able to adapt to changing situations on the ground. So yes, there's economies of scale. They have to compete with economies of scope. And then there is this problem where the larger you get, the more bloated your business gets, the slower it is to respond to change, and the more your business is full of incompetent people. Because if I'm a CEO and I create this business and I have 20 employees, I know what my employees are doing. I know everyone on a first name basis. I know what their wife and kids are. I know what their unique problems are that end up showing up in the workplace. I know how they work. I know what tasks they're good at. If I'm the CEO of McDonald's, I have no fucking clue what 99% of my people are doing. They're my employees. They get a paycheck, but I depend upon a middle management structure to carry out my telephone of like company policies. And then I have to watch those trickle down. Then I have to watch the effects of them. And then I have to adapt and change with new policies from the top on down. And then on top of that, information is much slower to travel up. Right, I have to depend on people doing the nitty gritty day-to-day work to tell their manager, to tell their manager, to tell their manager, to tell their manager in a meeting, and trust that information that I'm getting is good information all the way from the bottom. Right? Like it is, or give them like some type of way to communicate and then sift through that. And there are ways around it, but regardless, I have to spend more resources to get the same amount of information as other people in terms of employees, and I have this bloat that is full of all these problems. Okay, so why is it then that billionaires and billion-dollar companies exist? Is it because that economies of scale are just that powerful? And the answer is economies of scale is a very small part of the reason billionaires exist. One of the huge things that makes billionaire, what Scott is talking about is why you do not want your business to be too big. Yeah. What is a huge part of the reason that companies get big and stay big is government regulation. Government regulation creates a barrier to entry that prices out small companies and companies that are attempting to grow. Okay? So I'll give you an example. And so large businesses lobby for these things because they know that this is what happens. Facebook and Mark Zuckerberg, right? Like the meat and dairy industry, they love government regulations. They don't like government regulations when they become so crippling that they can't do work. but they love quote unquote reasonable regulations. And they love these because they can absorb the costs of these regulations because of economies of scope. So to give you an example, let's look at meat packing industry and the beef industry. Okay? As it stands right now, if you are a small farmer that sells beef, the only way that you can effectively sell beef is to sell it to a large company that then marks up and is the one that gets your stuff into grocery stores. You as a small business owner simply cannot afford to put your product into grocery stores. And you go, well, why is that? The way the regulations are set up is that you can sell a cow, or you can sell half a cow, or you can sell a very limited amount of beef to a butcher. You're allowed to do those things absent any major regulations. But the moment that you sell like a large amount of you cull 1,000 cattle, right? The moment that you do that, you personally have to pay for incredibly expensive regulators to come in and do all kinds of inspections. And once these inspections come in, they require all kinds of little regulations and things that are completely unnecessary, but that large businesses adhere to. Like, you can't have the cattle be this many feet from this, and like you can't have this percentage of acreage that collects rainwater, and you can't have like it's an insane amount of things that have nothing to do with whether or not your cattle are healthy and whether or not the meat that you are selling is like unhealthy or has some form of disease, etc. And the big businesses love these regulations, and they go, well, we do this for your safety. No, they don't. They don't do that for your safety. What they do is they have facilities that only need one inspector, and they pay them like the 20 grand to come in and inspect them. And then that place has like 30,000 fucking cattle that are culled. But you want to sell like a small amount of cattle at a farmer's market, or you want to sell a small amount of cattle to like a local restaurant, and you have to pay that same inspector that same amount of money to go through and tell you that you need to invest hundreds of thousands of dollars in your fucking farm before you're legally going to be allowed to sell cattle to a restaurant. And some of those things are probably good things that you should be doing, but the overwhelming majority of those things are just random hoops that you have to jump through. And these large corporations like Tyson and, et cetera, have people that work for them to ensure that they're in compliance with all of these regulations. So while it is true that under an ANCAP society, some genius, some, management genius, some great inventor, some unique person might become a billionaire, I think that it is far, far, far more likely, especially once you consider like the state is in existence too, right? Like, it's a lot harder when you have to do currency change and you have to do like all of these other things with all of these other little micro nations, like all these little micro like city states and covenant communities, etc. That is going to make having an expansive international business more complicated, right? And then you're going to have real competition instead of unnecessary regulation that overwhelmingly improves the power of your economies of scale. And so I think the wealth inequality, if you will, right? Like the Gini coefficient between like the super successful and like the peon is just very, very, very unlikely to be as strong as it is today. You might have pop-ups that pop up from time to time, but I think you're going to see, I think all of the evidence suggests from a praxeological position that while it is possible, obviously, because people have the freedom to be successful, the incentives push towards way, way less billionaires and way, way more small businesses and medium-sized businesses that are local and are able to thrive without all of these regulations. Georgia all but killed all and monopolized the poultry production here in Georgia. Yeah, there's a lot of that. There are co-op feedlots, but small ranchers hate feedlots. Yeah, there are co-op feedlots, but then also there are like these problems too, where like, you start engaging in raw milk, or you start engaging in like, giving your cattle, not giving your cattle subtherapeutic antibiotics, so that they don't get fat and don't change the glucose production in their stomach, so that they can eat a bunch of sugar that they're not supposed to eat. They don't give antibiotics to cattle, by the way, to keep them from getting sick. They do it because it changes the way that the cow's stomach processes sugar and grain, and allows them to no longer feed them what cows are supposed to eat, but instead feed them a primarily grain-based, sugar-based diet that fattens them up and swells them up and changes the percentage of like fat to meat ratio, but like you get a lot more weight in pounds. That's why if you go and you look at grass-fed steaks and you look at like a regular steak, you'll notice that the marbling in grass-fed steak, not only is the color different and where it's a lot more red because they're getting a lot more nutrients, but you also notice that there's a whole lot more marbled fat in like the regular fucking great value steak that's like the same cut. And it's because the cow's stomach has literally been changed by the drugs they give them so that they don't vomit up massive amounts of grain and they can get super fat and unhealthy. It's also why cows can't live more than like a couple years at these giant plants, but like grass-fed cows can live like a full healthy life cycle. Check this out when you can. Well, I mean, we're chilling, so let's check it out now. Whatever this is. Oh yeah, you sent this to me. Fuck. You DM'd it to me and I said to remind me on Thursday, I think, to look at it. I will write it down and put it on my list. To check out tomorrow. Or maybe I should probably read it tonight at some point. Or at least skim it. Casimir's over here DMing me. What's up? Play it, no copyright. Oh, the song. Here we go. You said he made a song. Hold on, let me move this over here. Here we go. Oh, it's Thursday for me, my bad. Yeah, I mean, oh, okay. Yeah, okay, I meant like, yeah, sorry, I'm East Coast. When I mean Thursday, I mean East Coast Thursday. The stream started on Wednesday night over here, East Coast. Free Market Meltdown. Strong mail. You made this with like some fucking chat GPT thing, or are these your fucking, what is this? Suno.com song? Wait, does it play? Oh my God, you used the fucking AI thing to make a song for me? Let's go. I think I've heard about it before, and I've seen like some YouTube shorts where they like make like country songs and shit from it. But like it didn't register until you brought it up because I don't use it. Okay, it's very power metal intro. I'm enjoying the power metal kind of like oh my God, it's so fucking power metal. I love it. I guarantee you, just for the record, Casimir, we're going to listen to this and it's going to be fun. I can almost guarantee you I'm going to get a copyright strike on this song. The YouTube copyright system abuse is gotten so fucking ridiculous lately that it is like, it's painful. Like it's really bad. Like it's just Chinese bot farms that fucking that just immediately fucking copyright strike anything and just claim that it's theirs in the and then do revenue sharing so that they can take half of all the money I make on a stream. And then I have to dispute it manually. And usually when they don't actually have anything to do with it, it's not like I'm not disputing it because of like fair use. I'm disputing it because it's not their fucking song. What they'll do is they'll won't respond for 30 days. So this stream, I can almost guarantee you all of the money from this stream is going to be held in escrow for 30 days, waiting for them, the Chinese bot farm, to fucking not respond. And then after 30 days, they'll let it go. And I'm not mad about it too much because I have every month I have things coming out of escrow from the month before that I finally get paid on. Control, copy those lyrics. Yeah, sure. Let me. I guess I'll just put it in the Discord. Join the Discord, boys. Make sure you join the Discord. One of these days, if you're willing, Scott, I would enjoy a brief chat with you regarding privatizing nuclear energy regulation. One of the regulatory topics for ANCAP. Yeah, Tucano. I wouldn't mind. That'd be fun. All right, here we go. Let me pull this up. Oh, I just noticed there's people in the waiting room, the live stream waiting room. Let me react to the song and then maybe I'll hop in.
Lactoid rares the freedom booth. Whispers echo corporate lies. Free market shrinks as lawyer flies.
This lawyer flies.
Lawyers draft their cunning ways. Smoke and mirrors all their plays. In the grip of endless greed. Lactoid's rule makes freedom.
Yeah, the AI doesn't let me. I tried it in the very beginning. Like the AI barely makes, or not the AI, the fucking browser, because of like the media player type thing, barely makes the lyrics bigger.
Lactoid sucks and lawyers too. Markets bent and twisted through. Truth is lost in fine print gray. Freedom.
I love the little, I can't do it right now because of my voice. The fine print gray.
Truth is lost in fine print gray. Freedom.
The little vocal ladder down. Gray.
And tucked away. Scots in court with fire eyes. Lawyers twist and compromise.
Yes, I love it.
Turn to straw.
Oh my god.
They own the law. World enslaved in shiny chains. Hollow deals and empty games. Freedom begging on the street. Markets crumble at their feet.
It's so crazy to me how much people hate AI. I mean, it's not that crazy. It's just like so fucking. It's like the people that hate AI, I don't get. Like I understand, like I get the philosophical reasons why they hate it, right? I understand their, all of that, but it's just like it's just so much fun. I don't like. It's like, dude, this is like not only are the economic means like clearly you're going to lose this, but also it's just like it's fucking fun. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's so stupid how people like, it's like, not only is every economic incentive going behind the largest labor saving device to ever be invented in human history, but also it's just fun. It's fun, but it's easy. I mean, lazy. In what way? And because it takes less skill for a larger portion of people to create mediocre imitation of art. I don't get it. You know what I mean? Like, to make good AI art and to make it art, you have to be trained in it and you have to have creative vision. Just like the same thing, like painters don't make their own paintbrushes. They used to, they don't anymore. They buy paintbrushes. It's a tool, right? Artists can use AI as a tool to make great art, and they will, and they have been doing that. And they're going, well, it's not art because you don't physically draw the thing, and therefore it's not art. And it's like, okay, well, it's that argument would be the same as it's not art because you didn't make the pencil. It's like, it's a tool, and it's not doing it for you. But it's just like, you're clearly going to lose this. Like, people, like, it's just too much fun for people to do this. And it's silly that like people like want to stand in the way of it. I fucking love this, guys. Okay, you have to send this to Lactoid. I'm sending this to Lactoid. fuck? Where's he at?
Scott's in court with fire eyes. Lawyers twist and compromise. Arms of justice turn straw. Lactoids laugh, they own the law. World enslaved in shiny chains. Hollow deals and empty days.
I'm so happy you made this like a power metal thing too, because I'm not a huge power metal fan. I'm more of like a general fan of just metal. But at the same time, power metal is just so fucking happy, and I feel happy now.
Freedom begging on the street. Markets crumble at their feet. Lactoid sucks and lawyers too. Markets bent and twisted through. Truth is lost in vibrant gray. Freedom priced and tucked away.
The music theory nerd in me, because I did take some music theory and I was in chamber choir and show choir and things like that, is a little triggered by the fact that that it just says chorus and then it says chorus again, but the chorus repeats, and then there's no annotation of the chorus repeating, and there's no annotation that, like, because the chorus has different notes in it, it's technically like different than just the chorus, but I'm going to let that go. No, she didn't state that her point of view was basically my argument. She stated that she doesn't trust rich people and that she also doesn't trust the government. So basically she stated that her point of view is, I don't know which one I like, but I really don't trust rich people, so therefore I'm siding, like she leans more towards Lactoid's position. But yeah, it was rough. All right, let me hop in here. Since I'm hopping back in here, let me fucking, we're going to fix this. All right, boys, we're going to do this. And fucking logic capture, okay. I probably shouldn't do this on stream. I don't have anything bad for you guys to see, but I might reveal like some personal identifying information or some shit, so. All right, we'll put this on fucking OBS virtual camera. Oh, not that. Why would I reference myself? There we go. Start that shit. Minimize. Exit. Hop into the Discord. Yo, what's up, boys?
Yo, what up? What up?
Scott.
Yeah. So, that debate was surely something.
I know you guys were in the waiting room, so I was like, all right, let me hop in for a second.
Yeah, no. Like I was here, and the cast was in the waiting room, so I joined, and then Patriotic Conservative joined. But no, I just wanted to say that like when I saw the judges join in, I immediately knew that it would be an interesting outcome.
I'm not gonna lie, I was incredibly surprised, having never known of or engaged with what's her name? Fucking God damn it. I am refusing to say the girl with the big tits. And I'm going to find her fucking name, okay?
Respect.
Okay.
But no, that was
hot
a shock.
Hot and streamy. Okay.
Okay.
The name, the pictures, because I knew who the judges were going in, right? I knew they were going to be e-girl judges. I knew that I was like, how do I make this a meme argument, but get away from the memes? Like, I knew that, like, I was like, okay, so if I make this a meme argument, I'm going to fucking lose. And at the same time, if I can't engage in the memes to a certain degree, I'm gonna fucking lose because I've got two e-girl judges, right? I was just like, I feel like I was like, all right, I'm gonna lose this, all right? So I'm just gonna have a little fun with it, put in some shit. But I was super surprised by like her questions, her like desire for clarification, and like her ability to like see past the memes and the argument and like give like a thoughtful explanation. I'm also surprised by how many of you fuckers in my chat decided not to vote.
Yeah, we get one vote, guys.
The total
One
vote. The total vote was 19, and I lost by one vote. And when we started the voting, we had 37 viewers. I was like,
that was insane. Like when the original vote was happening, and you could vote multiple times, and I discovered that, and I thought, oh, we're doing some rigging tonight, boys. And I was just spamming, But then there was obviously too many other people spamming for Lactoid. But no, I went on, I think her name's like Sky or something, the other ego.
Sky,
and then
Sky something, yeah.
Yeah. And I went on her stream, and I followed for my own reasons. And then she was like talking like a bit of shit about you being like a misogynist afterwards. Yeah, but you know,
that's hilarious. I mean, I said jokingly, I'm going to be a misogynist, and then I just said something that is obviously descriptively true, which is that if you are a attractive female and you want to get into the debate space on panels, just go. You'll be fine. Like, people like watching attractive females. You can make a simple argument. You can have a couple of comments, and you'll bring in viewers. Like, that's just the reality. I think people get upset and offended by this because they don't want to admit that there's an advantage there to being an attractive female, because they want to feel like they earned via their character, their argumentation, their entertainment from like the jokes that they tell and like the creativity of the content that they produce, that like that is why they have whatever audience they have, and that like it's a massive cope or something to say that like an attractive female has some level of advantage or something in those conversations. But it's just like, dude, look, it exists, right? That doesn't mean you didn't earn what you fucking have just because you're attractive and you showcase that. Like, people value attractive females, especially in online spaces, and people that are, you know, let's be honest, people that watch streamers, a lot of them are fucking neats or people that don't have a big social life because they're sitting watching a fucking person for 4 to 6 hours instead of going out with friends or something, right? And they're in online spaces. And so, yeah, like you clearly, you're going to like a male dominated space of like young men that don't get out much. Yeah, obviously you're going to have a fucking advantage in that regard. You're going to have other disadvantages. Like, you know what I mean? But like, all I'm saying is that it's just fucking true. You don't need to be worried about being able to compete in a debate against like debate bros that have been doing this for years. Just go there, be pretty, make some arguments. No, not to get too fucking entangled with the people that are more versed and have a lot more experience. And just farm the content and learn, and you'll get more confident. You'll do more streams, and then you'll have more arguments to bring forward. Maybe not her. I don't know.
Yeah, but no, like
hey, what's up, Econo?
I don't know. I was thinking about this the other day, and it's like I don't know one like unattractive, successful female streamer. Like they're all attractive people. Like,
what's up, Crod?
Like and even
Kind of, if you want to hop in, you can.
Yeah, and this is even true for male streamers, right? There's probably a lean towards like attractiveness. You see this with Hassan, right? I don't think Hassan would be anywhere near as successful as he is if like he wasn't like attractive, right?
I think,
you know,
what I think is a problem, right, is that human beings in general have a hard time balancing multiple explanations. And so they tend to think of things like with a univariate analysis. Oh, Hassan is successful because he's a himbo. Or like, oh, you're pretty, so this is why you have success. When the fact of the matter is that that's one variable that has an effect, right? But at the same time, Asmongold is incredibly successful, and he is disgusting and ugly. right?
I think that's probably one of the draws. They
Right. But he has, but what does he have in lieu of that? He has authenticity, right? He has a good balance between like embroiling himself in like philosophical political discussions, but also admitting that he's dumb and being humble about it and not getting too engaged in it. He has really good stream schedule and like dedication. He puts on good content, right? Like he had, there are all these other factors that speak to Asmongold's success, and they are in spite of his unattractiveness. And like you said, the unattractiveness can be part of the draw because a lot of people are like, oh, I'm a NEET and he's just like me. He's one of the boys.
Or he's
right?
worse than me.
Right. Yeah, or he's worse than me, right? Like, like there's multiple factors at play here, but attraction is clearly one of them, right? Like it's just insane to think that it isn't. You know what I mean? It's like look at me, for example, right? I'm a loser. Okay? I don't do that well with women. I don't do that well with women, okay? I'm not like I don't crush pussy. There was a period in my life where I did pretty fucking well. But that's not me now. Mostly because I'm not really that engaged in it. But also because I'm not wealthy. I have to tell women when they ask me what are you doing tonight? Oh, I'm arguing with teenagers on the internet, which is not a super attractive quality, right? Not unless I was a millionaire from doing it, right? You know what I mean? Like there are a lot of reasons that I don't do that well, right? But I'm also 6'5", and it would be retarded for me to say, oh, being tall doesn't mean anything in the dating market. Bro, it does. I admit that. I know that. I recognize that. And I do well. I often are able to like catch women throughout my life that I would never have gotten purely because I'm tall. I've dated 2 different wedding dress models in my life, in my younger years, simply because those girls at the time when we were young and, wealth and shit like that didn't really matter because, for the record, wedding dress models tend to be like 16, 17, 18, 19, right? They don't tend to be like in their 20s, which is hilarious. Right, but they're super tall because models tend to be super tall. And when you're dating a girl that's 5'11", 6 feet tall, right? She doesn't want to date 5'10" dudes. She still wants, like any other girl, to feel dainty and small and have like a larger guy than her, right? And so I'm able to, at least during that time, not now obviously, but during that time, I was able to pull girls that were out of my league based off of that factor. But it's multiple factors. The fact that I'm tall.
You're giving me hope.
Well, I'm just saying the fact that I'm tall doesn't magically make me super successful with women. You know what I mean? Like, it's just, there's no one factor here. But I don't know why I went on such a long rant about this, but I'm fucking hopped up. Debates get me hopped up. They like get me like all like, ah.
Yeah. No, I was surprised on how well you did. Like, I thought like that was because I went to Gibbs' chat and Gibbs explained that it was hard to find a position that you two guys didn't agree on, and this was like the one, and you got the disadvantageous side of it.
Yeah, I mean, like, the only thing that would have been harder to argue would be that we need a private system of like justice. Those 2 topics are probably like the hardest topics, but going against a lawyer in that would have made it even harder. Like, but I can't think of that's about the only thing I could think of that would be like more of an uphill battle for me debate wise.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's that?
What's that?
Oh no, like I wanted to ask like to ask like if possible if I could chime in, but
Sure.
Yeah, like I just wanted to say like I thought that you won the debate simply because Lactoid, he couldn't address at the point where you were coming from in terms of property rights, where he couldn't concede to the claim that you made about having something in your possession that is concurrent to the in a situational manner of you owning something and he was trying to make a justification for the state to aggress upon your property, to say that if you own a nuke, you're somehow quote unquote being a threat to other people, and therefore, with anything else that you do own, philosophically, that is technically a infringement against somebody else's rights because he's trying to make what the claim to
Yeah,
say that.
I mean, he ran away from this. Like, he wanted to do an internal critique about my argument about the concept of like what constitutes a threat as far as it applies to aggression, and then he attempted to sneak in his definition of threat, which is, which I even tried to like showcase how absurd it would be, and I made a big mistake there. Right. I made a huge mistake there because I was like, well, if a guy goes to the gym to get bigger muscles, is that inherently a threat? He agreed to it, and then the girls agreed to it. And then I think it was lost, especially on that other girl, on a lot of people, that when I came back and said, okay, so you're doing an internal critique of my position, and you have brought in a concept of threat that is anything that could potentially be intimidating in terms of presence, anything that makes you look strong or competent is considered a threat, and you're saying is a form of aggression. And like, so you're sneaking in your kind of like, you can't sneak in your definitions if you're doing an internal critique of someone else's position, right? Like, you can use your own definitions, clarify the definitions when making an argument, that's fine. But if you're using your own definitions to critique someone else's system and the definitions don't apply to that system, like, that's just a completely subversive means of arguing. Like, it's fallacious if done intentionally, or sorry, if done unintentionally, but it's beyond fallacious if done intentionally, right? Like, it is subversive means of running away from the argument.
Yeah, Lactoid's issue is that he's a lawyer. So he kind of has to play a lot of these word games, right? To kind of like.
I don't know about that.
I don't really have a high view of lawyers, but I think
most people don't. Yeah.
But I think that he might. I think that he might have to rely on these certain, maybe like straw men, like and that like I'm not exactly sure what kind of lawyer he is, so I
think he deals with insurance.
I might be just talking about I might be talking out my ass, but
So no, I think it's so I want to be more charitable to Lactoid, right? I think the problem is when you have a debate, it's very, very difficult to engage. Like, there's obviously, you engage in good faith in a debate is a good thing. It's obviously, right? Like, good's in the name. But it's difficult to have the level of charity where you try to understand the other person's position to such a degree that you can fully follow their argumentation here, right? And so, like, I don't know that it's so much word games and things so much as it is that, like, I'm having to educate people on a really I guess you could say esoteric form of like legal philosophy, and then argue that that is correct, right? Like, the default position that everyone has going in is not knowing shit about like the extreme limits of ethical theory as it is tied to the non-aggression principle and like, large weapons, etc. Right? Like, these are difficult conversations to get through that I've had with like Casimir and Liquid Zulu and MRH and things like that, where we all agree and we have to like really talk about it and like figure out where the limits are, figure out where we're wrong. You put that into a debate in front of a bunch of normies, and it's like, it's almost not worth presenting in that format, right? Like, it's almost like, it's almost like, and I don't like fault him for not like understanding like the concept of a threat as it applies to aggression, and like, the fact that there is an objective means by which a threat occurs, but because we don't have perfect knowledge, we have to, utilize systems of ethics that are like intersubjective communications. And then like, what are the limits of those communications as they apply to different scenarios? Like people want, and people in general, but especially in a debate, they want a simple yes, no, or a simple kind of topic that they can grasp. And like that other girl that was just like, dude, you were confusing. I think that's what she means, right? Like she can't understand my fucking argument not because she's like some like knuckle dragging dummy, but because I guarantee you she's never read a word by Rothbard or Hoppe or Mises or Kinsella or any of the, like I can almost guarantee that this is her first time ever hearing anything beyond like, Reason TV forms of libertarianism. And like she has to contend with all of that knowledge and then apply that knowledge to a debate where we're also engaging with like memes.
Yeah. Yeah. So
My
I
own
think
audience understands all that shit, and you're like, dude, you are cooking him. But the normal people don't understand all of this shit, and they're like, what the fuck is he talking about? And then they look to Lactoid that makes the normal arguments. And then when Lactoid goes, aha, I caught you in a contradiction. Aha, you've changed your opinion. They're not following what I'm saying with enough degree of like certainty to really understand whether or not I've changed my opinion. So they have the guy representing normal shit saying that, and then me going, nuh-uh, and then they have to pick who they believe.
Yeah, so I think
could I chime in?
yeah, go.
I'm sorry. I'll let you go first. Like, I'm sorry.
All right.
No, dude,
okay.
you're fine. Like, just chill.
Yeah. Like, I just wanted to to be respectful. That's all.
No, you can go. I don't
You're
mind.
so nice. I'm
I'm
so like hopped up on debate, bro. Shit, I'm like, just fuck, say it with your chest.
Yeah. Yeah, I definitely like agree because I've always been in that situation in the past whenever I debate other people on that premise, and I feel like that's like the poor misconception of just understanding philosophy in general. But in that situation, would it be fair that in those cases, like, should you be more aggressive to attack the argument rather than just trying to like go after a particular point just to make like the philosophical position against it? So therefore, to the normies in the back that doesn't understand those, big, intellectual base of knowledge, you could at least just be more assertive to the point to say, hey, this is wrong because of X, Y, and Z. And the reason being is because this is, the end result of what the ideas that are being promoted by this particular position.
Yeah, so it depends like no one debate tactic is universal in all debates, right? If I was doing a 1v1 with Lactoid and he like hopped on my stream, 100%. Right? I'm doing a debate championship with 2 e-girls watching. No, it's not the time for that. Like I almost went after, him not understanding that rights and capacity is not the same thing. Right? I really wanted to hammer in that like you keep thinking I'm changing my opinion because you're operating under the simp that like, okay, if someone has a right, then that means everybody has that right. And it's like, yes, but just because they have a right to own nukes, and I'm making that claim 100%, that doesn't mean that like a ton of people can have nukes, right? Like you can have the right to own nukes. That is an inalienable right that you have because it's property and you can own any property. Okay. But that doesn't mean that like you can't, that doesn't mean that necessarily that like you can afford to buy them. That doesn't mean that you can realistically do it in any capacity without it becoming a threat towards other people, right? So it's like I can own sarin gas. I have a right to own a giant warehouse of sarin gas. Okay? But if I own a giant warehouse of sarin gas just 'cause, somebody's gonna stop me.
No one wants to be your
You know what I
friend.
mean? Like someone, you know what I mean? Like some organization somewhere is going to take that as a threat because it fucking is. If I just have it just cause, and because that's the example in the moment, right? But let's say I am an international organization that is, that deals with proliferation of chemical weapons, right? Like I'm a charity organization, and like what we do is we take in charitable donations, and we take in contracts from agencies that find things, right? And we get paid both from donations but also from other people because of our expertise in handling sarin gas and other biological weapons, and then storing them safely because this shit just exists out in the world and someone wants us to get rid of it. Okay? Now all of a sudden that really changes me owning sarin gas, because it's very clear that what my organization is doing is trying to get like some villager in fucking Afghanistan finds a stockpile of this shit, and then they go, hey, non-chemical green helmet organization, whatever the fuck, right? Like, we'll pay you money. Like our town took money. Can you come in? Can you get rid of this? Because this is like a danger here and we don't know how to store this shit. And then we come in, we fly in, we properly grab it. And then we go back out to like middle of nowhere, fucking Arizona, and then store it, right? Like that is like one of the relatively few ways that you could own this, a massive stockpile of chemical war weapons, and it not be communicating some type of threat.
Yeah, so,
I agree. Sorry.
No, you can finish. I was just gonna derail it a little bit, so you can finish the line of thought.
No. Like I just figured like if you could go, but.
Oh, okay. I'll go. Thank you. But no, I was just gonna go. I was just gonna go back to kind of like more like debate strategy, because I notice with people when you talk about philosophy, right? You
brought in a Kano
lose.
boy, which means I'll probably kick you guys out here in a minute.
All right. Yeah. You'll lose people, and just more like abstract arguments, right? But it shows with that other girl with the large-breasted individual. She, right? She
hot and streamy. I am assuming her name is Anne.
Okay. And but no, and I think she stated how you got her was citing these more real-world examples, right? And I see that, and I see that in like more like individual conversations that I have with friends. Like last night, right, I was talking about immigration and like how like immigrants can like never be fully assimilated into a society, right? And they and they didn't really understand my points until I brought up like a Westerner moving to Japan, right? Like, and you just see them. And you just see them and how they interact with the world, and it just seems completely different to how a Japanese person would interact. And they didn't really understand my points until I brought up like these real world examples.
Yeah, I mean, philosophy is always going to be a difficult thing to bring up in any debate, because people will like aggressively misunderstand you on purpose too. Right, like it's not like you'll lose people from an entertainment perspective and like from a focus perspective because people don't have a lot of philosophical knowledge, but also just like if people disagree with you on philosophy, it gets into the weeds bad, right? Whereas it's a lot easier to talk about real world examples because things can be descriptively true. Like you can be describing something in reality that kind of everybody can see with their own eyes and their own recollection. But yeah, I mean, any good debate, or any good, form of rhetoric is going to have pathos, ethos, logos, right? Like you need to establish credibility. You need to establish that you're not a liar. You need to establish some level of expertise in what you're talking about. And then, you're going to need the logos. You need a good, logical, sound argument, etc. But you're going to need the pathos, right? Like you're going to need like energeia, like involving people within the story, because that's kind of what you're talking about, right? Like you tell a story and make them feel like they're part of the story, is like a super strong pathos argument. But like you're going to need all three. I think depending on where you are though, right, depends on the balance of that, right? Like I would say like Plato's tripartite is a little wrong here, in that you might need like some, equal distribution. A society needs an equal distribution to his claim. And I think he's probably right on that to some regard for a functional society. But like in a debate, certain places are going to require certain more things. Like if I go debate Liquid Zulu, yeah, I better be strong on my logic, and I better have a lot of good logical arguments for his audience, for my audience, and for us together. But like where I'm at there, yeah, it's more pathos type stuff. Are you there, Econo Boy?
Yeah, I haven't been listening to what you guys were talking about. I figured just see how my old buddy Scott's doing, pretty much.
Hey, what's up, man?
Hope everyone's doing well. How'd your debate go?
That was fun.
Do you think you won?
I mean, like objectively, I lost. Like I got 9 votes. He got 10 votes. He got 1 judge. I got 1 judge. Right. So I lost by 1 vote. It just depends on what the win condition is. Like I went in expecting to lose because I'm trying to defend private ownership of nukes. You know what I mean? Like that's not an easy.
Seems difficult.
Yeah, it's not an easy proposition, right? Like it's an incredibly radical take. And on top of that, like it's, the format is like a debate championship, blood sportsy, we had the e-girls in, you know what I mean? So it's not like, it's a topic that requires a lot of like long discussion in a format that doesn't necessarily befit that from my end. Right. But like I had fun and I met some people and I proselytize. I'm fine with losing, right? Like I'm like being called the loser in that regard. Like it's fine. Do I think I did a better job with my argumentation than Lactoid? Yeah, absolutely. But and if that's like the win condition, then yeah, I've absolutely fucking crushed. But yeah, that's not really what, like winning is such a weird and subjective thing with like online debates,
Yeah, I guess so. I like the IQ. What is it? Intelligence squared.
Yeah, intelligence squared. Yeah, where where they start
their win
with,
condition. Yeah, where you do like a
it's the
before and
best
after
one.
poll. Yeah, I think
it's the best
that's kind of your, obviously it's a little bit difficult because the group of people in the room is not like a random selection of people, but the idea of like the person who wins the debate is the person who changes the most opinions or like swings the most undecided people.
Mhm.
I mean, that makes pretty much the most sense. Like I don't know how else you would
you
more
can't do it in a Twitch
objectively.
stream. Right?
Yeah,
'Cause, like,
yeah.
the only way you can do it in a Twitch stream is that like you'd have to have a very large stream, right? Like somebody like you'd have to have thousands of viewers. And the reason is because the only people that would be able to vote would be people that were there in the beginning and people that were there in the end.
And they'd have to be engaging in some good faith, right? Like with the Intelligence
Mhm.
Squared guys, that's an audience of people where it's like there was a lot of friction to get to the venue to watch an Intelligence Squared. Like you have to really be committed to just like watching people debate and liking the sport of debate. So it's probably a more good faith audience. Like I'm sure there's still people who lie about their position and switch sides on purpose, but it's as best as you can get essentially.
But like if you were to bring in like a bunch of popular streamers for that, you're going to get tons of people in their audience that intentionally vote against their streamer in the beginning just to vote for their streamer in the end so that like they win. Like people would game the system.
That's why we need
it's still
sortition. We need conscription. People must be forced to watch debates in order to gauge who's really the best arguer. But what do you guys? I don't know if you guys have much thoughts on this start of the Trump administration. I don't know what the anarchists, I don't know what they think about the start of the Trump administration overall. I guess
it's like
I got a lot to say.
I'm sure there's there's divided opinion.
yeah, it's like Trump is a wrecking ball right now. And so like I have a lot of things that I'm like, cool, that's awesome. And I have a lot of things that I'm like, oh my God, that's fucking horrible. And so it's just kind of like, I mean, that's what people voted for. You know what I mean? Like, they voted for a populist candidate. You know, they voted for someone to come in and just like completely shake up whatever is occurring. And like some good things are going to come out of that and some bad things are going to come out of that. So I know that's like such a such a milquetoast take. You know what I mean? Like I wish that I was like hardcore pro MAGA or like hardcore like anti MAGA or whatever, right? Like I'm against all politicians, so fuck Trump. But like, it's not like a unique position because of him as a conservative or a populist. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's fair. I guess I don't know. I feel like anarchists in general, especially right-wing anarchists, are like almost destined to be disappointed by the Republican Party because, I mean, at least you could say libertarian tilting Republicans, like maybe Rand Paul or Thomas Massie, would be more committed to the idea of like shrinking the government and like getting rid of a lot of government services. But the modern Republican Party is really just doesn't seem committed to that at all, right?
No.
So like you're obviously
never were.
Fabian Liberty, the incrementalist strategy. It doesn't seem. It doesn't seem the Republican Party. If your goal is like shrinking the scope of government, if anything, it seems like you could argue that the Republican Party is going the opposite direction in that respect.
Yeah,
but
for sure. Yeah, no, like I mean, like, it's a philosophical war, as far as I'm concerned, right? It is a war for spreading ideology, because everything else is downstream of that, right? Culture, and politics are both downstream of like what axioms we have, and that's a difficult thing to spread at a large scale. So you kind of have to just, I don't know, like I didn't vote for Trump. I'm not going to vote for a guy that is going to increase the size of the state in some regard. I'm obviously not going to then vote for Kamala to stop Trump because she was just as much, if not more, committed to increasing the size and scope of the state and, regulations on the economy. So like how I engage with this as like a streamer with people online is like, it's almost like you kind of have to tiptoe to a certain degree, right? Because you don't want to be seen as like a whiny bitch that's never happy. Kind of like what you were saying. You know what I mean? Like you don't want to be seen as like, okay, well then why do I even listen to you talk about these things when like no matter what you won't be happy. So you have to find the places that are relevant to celebrate and talk about why they're good and try and find evidence of why that will have some relative success while at the same time criticizing all the bad.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I don't know how an anarcho-capitalist would view the fiscal policy of Trump, where it's like low taxes but also high deficit spending. Because you do hear like Rand Paul, like even he would say, well, look, yeah, I mean, the tax cuts, they ballooned the deficit, but it's tax cuts, and I'm always going to vote for tax cuts no matter what. It's like, oh, it's interesting. Like, I don't know. Maybe in some sense that's consistent, but obviously, the current, the debt's going to be paid somehow, some way, right? So is it really a tax cut? If you just have to pay it back later.
It's not a tax cut if you don't reduce spending, right? At least from maybe you disagree with me economically speaking, right? But as far as I'm concerned, if you don't reduce spending, the money comes from somewhere, right? If it's not coming out of taxes, is it coming from printing money? Is it coming from the sale of bonds that are gonna where the money's coming from somewhere?
Yeah.
Right. So
deficit spending in a hot economy is like it's basically just saying hard decisions are going to be made later.
Right,
like,
right.
Not right now.
Kicking the can down the road, and it's like and it's interesting because it's like as much as I don't like Keynesianism, like at least Keynes understood that, right? You know what I mean? Like at least he understood, like, yeah, we're doing deficit spending to prime the pump, and then in the future we're gonna have to make cuts, right, to fill the coffers back up, which is something that like a lot of modern politicians and people just don't fucking get. Like you can't have, right? You can't have deficit spending eternally. It's because at that point you're just creating inflation. Like that's all you're doing is creating inflation. Like you're not doing any, like if you're not paying it off at some point in the future, right, with the presumed, return on investment of like priming the economy to get bigger in the now or recover quicker or whatever, then yeah, like you're not actually flattening the business cycle. You're just kind of funding, you're just kind of like pushing the business cycle to be more unstable as time goes.
Right. Yeah, that's true. I mean, well, obviously that's how we do things currently. I mean, yeah, I imagine I'm working on an article now about kind of my must and nice to haves for Democrats going forward, and I don't know. I think that there's just so much to learn from 2024, and I'm very nervous that the Democrats will learn almost nothing from how they lost in 2024, which will be kind of unfortunate if that's the case. I guess the Republicans maybe learned the wrong lessons in some sense, because I feel like they probably learned that they could basically they can get away with a lot of what I would consider to be very bad things in 2024. So I guess we'll see how things end up working out. But anyway,
I don't know that the Republicans. I don't think the Republicans' position and platform is stable enough to say whether they learned or unlearned or didn't learn anything, right? Like with the Democrats, it's very clear that their party is a party in turmoil with factions that have spread further apart as time has gone on, right? I don't think that's a controversial take to say that like the neoliberals have only kind of slightly shifted left, and in some ways are getting sick of the far left, and so they're kind of dug their heels in the sand, whereas the left has gained in prominence and voice, maybe not gained in terms of political power in the sense of like representatives, right, or like material wealth, but they've certainly gained in like online social media presence, right? And so like I don't know, like I think there are lessons, purely descriptively. Obviously, I'm not a fucking Democrat, right? But like I don't know. I don't know if it's so much about like the lessons learned here is like weird to me. It's a weird way of looking at it, if that makes sense, right? Because it's like I don't know that it's so much lessons learned or not learned so much as like how can the Democrat Party continue to have a strong base for their votes, as opposed to like going for the middle, when there's so much turmoil and conflict, right? Because like, I mean, what is the lesson learned? Don't give a strong position on most things so that you can vaguely say you're better than the Republican. I mean, I guess you can learn that lesson.
I mean, that's
what I mean?
The opposite, right? Well, no, I mean, I think that you can learn from the Republican strategy, but also from your own mistakes, right? So like, I think that one of the things that annoys me the most about this fucking 2024 election is people who are saying, the problem with the Democratic Party in 2024, they're just too left wing. They're not moderate enough. They need to moderate on all these issues. If only a moderate was running, then the Democrats would have had a clear and winning strategy. And from my perspective, there's a few problems with this argument. One of the problems, not the biggest problem, but one of the problems is I feel like we saw several months of a media campaign from Kamala and Tim Walz, which was like squarely in line with that strategy, right? Like offer relatively milquetoast platform planks, like, oh, we're going to tax unrealized capital gains at above 100 million. It's like very wonky, very narrowly tailored policies. We're going to expand Medicare to home care. Like, how many people even benefit from this, right? Like, it's just such a narrowly tailored kind of core messaging campaign. Oh, we're gonna do antitrust against big food producers. Like, what are you talking about? Like, this is just such a small platform. And I think that, you see Democrats made waves to like reclaim patriotism. They did so many campaign events with like Republicans trying to reach out to, your moderate and your slightly disaffected Republicans. And, the second biggest problem with that argument is Republicans did literally the exact opposite. They didn't try to moderate on anything, right? Now, you could argue they tried to moderate on, like, oh, Trump didn't say he was going to ban abortion, you know, and I guess J.D. Vance said he believed in the child tax credit, so there were some things they weren't totally crazy on, but by rhetoric, by, like, platform and messaging, very radical Republican Party out of 2024. I mean, Donald Trump didn't even pick a strategic vice presidential candidate, right? Like, he picked J.D. Vance, who, by many respects, was like one of the least experienced, least moderate people who was being considered to be picked as vice president because he was one of the most loyal. And, you know, they end up winning this election. And what do we see in the exit polls? Literally less Republicans voted for Kamala Harris, even though she did all that effort to try and get them to vote out, then voted for Joe Biden, then voted for Hillary Clinton. Like, I just don't think that this is a strategy that would generally work. I just think that what the Democrats need to do is offer simple, bold platform planks that apply to a large, like, broad base of people. And those don't necessarily have to be like radical socialist policies, but just like broad-based policies that a lot of people can buy into. The only exit polling that I saw to the effect of, like, why did so many Biden voters just sit out and decide not to vote in this election, it seemed to signal that it was based on a lot of, you know, lack of boldness and lack of progressive messaging related to, like, Israel-Palestine, healthcare, the economy. You know, it's not that people yearn for, like, democratic socialist messaging or anything, but if you offer very narrowly tailored, very sort of like, oh, you know, don't worry, we're not going to change too much, we're not going to rock the boat, in an environment where people are willing to vote for the guy who's promising the exact opposite, like to turn the entire boat over, that's just not a winning strategy, you know? And I think that in 2028, the environment will be largely similar.
So I hate to do a powwow to help the Democrats, right? But let me put on my, you know, my hat here, right?
There we go. The statist hat.
Right, yeah. I think I'm trying to be descriptive here, right? I think from the normie and, like, the center-right perspective, right? Because this is the only vote, like, you're obviously not going to get hardline righties, right? But from the normies and people that are, like, lean right, but, you know, have voted Democrat at one point, might vote again. And then also from the center-left people, right, that are, you know, might potentially just not show up, right? This is kind of the group we're primarily kind of, like, talking about. Obviously, there's some cohort of, like, young people that, like, if you're not lefty enough, they won't show up to vote. But, like, those fuckers don't show up to vote anyways. Right? Like you're like let's be honest. Okay. So here's what I think is really kind of the issue here is there is two kind of places in which a candidate can be seen as left-wing. There's a policy place, and then there's a cultural place, right? And I don't necessarily disagree with you that that there was a lot of, like, appealing to the right from Kamala Harris. That there was a lot of, like, oh, you know, we got these Republicans that we all hated 15 years ago, but now because the Republicans hate them, they're our friends. It was very weird. It was a totally bad move. Like, a lot of things that they did were just dumb ideas. Like, grabbing Dick Cheney and being like, Dick Cheney supports us, and thinking you're getting any fucking votes from that is just gigatard.
Genuinely wild. Right.
You know what I mean? Like the Democrat, like, you've not excited any fucking Democrats.
Why not George Bush? Like roll him out,
like,
you know?
Right, except for, like, DC Democrats that were definitely going to vote and were definitely already going to vote for Kamala. Everyone else was like, what the fuck? Like, the people on the right were like, we hate him now. Do you not recognize that, like, we're becoming the anti-war party? That
Wait a second. We hate this guy.
Yeah, right,
exactly.
like most Republicans are like they're leaning towards isolationism. They're leaning towards stopping these dumb fucking wars. They're not the same neocons of, like, the William F. Buckley days, right? But setting that aside, right? Like, what I mean to say is that, like, Trump was seen, for better or worse. You can disagree that this is true, but I don't think you can disagree whether or not he is, but I don't think you can disagree or meaningfully that he was seen this way, which is very authentic. Now, obviously, he had moments of, like, inauthenticity that were kind of blaringly obvious, right? Like I have the concept of a plan, like things like that, right? But overall, Trump was seen as a wild card, a populist, but that like he believes in what it is that he's saying. And the modern kind of social media world is highlights for that in a way that it wasn't before, right? You know, no amount of TikTok dances and, you know, paying people to come to the DNC and write TikTok shorts for money about why they support Kamala. You can't win that way. You just can't, because so many people are keyed into the whether or not they think someone actually believes what it is that they're saying. And here's why I think that's super important going in further. If you are seen as culturally left-wing, you are turning off every Republican, but you're also turning off a lot of center Democrats. Like if they think that you're aligned with like the drag queen story hour, fucking, you know, from the river to the sea, fucking, you know, pick a radically cultural left-wing thing. If they think that you're a part of that, your platform doesn't fucking matter. Like what matters is that you're seen as this crazy element, socially speaking, right? That people are really fucking tired of, and that Trump was a big pendulum swing against. And I know that a lot of people said, well, that wasn't true, right? Like the polling data doesn't suggest that. You know, a lot of people aren't like saying like, you know, like trans issues and things like that. They weren't like a big thing. I think the polling data is just clearly not accurately grabbing that because of the embarrassment of people to admit those ideas that they have. And the way that I see that is you see Walmart getting rid of their DEI things. You see a lot of companies getting rid of those situations. You see a lot of backlash against like, you know, the California fires things there. You're seeing Trump go hard and be praised by a lot of people on the right for like social things like defining man and woman, etc. And I think that progressive policies, you're correct, even though I don't like it, you are correct. They're wildly popular, right? Like Medicare for all is a wildly popular idea in America. I don't agree with it. I don't like it. But that policy position is a very left-wing position. It's not a fucking centrist Democrat position. It's a position that all Democrats could get behind, but a lot of center-right people like it as well. But if you don't have the authenticity, if you're seen as, then what ends up happening is every progressive policy you have begins to become inexorably linked to the radical left cultural perspectives, and then they identify you as like you're one of them, right? Like you brought up her position on like price gouging, or it wasn't price gouging, it was you know, unrealized capital gains tax, but it was like a super high level, right? Now, as a policy, that's a really small policy economically because of the high level. Culturally speaking, though, right, the idea of like we need to tax unrealized gains, we need to tax the rich, etc., that starts deeply. I mean, it's a Marxist idea for sure, right? It is. I mean, it is a deeply leftist idea.
It's how you message it, right? Because like Kamala, at the same time that she was saying, oh, we want to raise taxes by raising taxes on unrealized capital gains, she wouldn't say like, and that's because the rich need to pay their fair share. That's because the rich need to be taxed more. She would say, and we're going to lower, we're only going to raise it to 28% because we respect business. We believe in business in this country. And look, that's a strategy that you can go with. I'm not saying that that's a completely ridiculous policy to have, but again, like, when even the conservatives are pivoting to an anti-business, anti-corporate message, like that tells you something, when historically the Democrat or the Republican Party has been substantially more pro-corporate in terms of their alignment and policy over the last basically 30 or 40 years, right? They made that switch quicker than the Democrats did, at least in terms of rhetoric. Now, Republicans, when they come in, they're still going to cut taxes for corporations and the wealthy and stuff like that, but in terms of rhetoric, it seems like they understood.
But I get why.
Well, I mean, look, I'm not even against that. I don't believe in the corporate tax, but you know, the point is just it's a strategic discussion, right? And that's kind of the thing that I just feel like.
No, I agree.
You know,
like, this is my problem.
Yeah,
it's the inauthenticity. You can say whatever the fuck you want, but if you push progressive policy, and you know, like even if it's not a large impact economically because the unrealized capital gains tax was like over like an absurd amount of wealth, right? And even though how do you even measure wealth is kind of like a weird conundrum. I don't really want to get into that with you. Like we could, but it's not the time or place for that. But what I mean to say is that you can attach whatever rhetoric you want to believe, but if you come off as inauthentic and then you have progressive policy, whatever that progressive policy is, when you mix it with it in inauthenticity, a lot of people just don't believe you, right? And they think that you're one of those radical lefty types, and a lot of people recognize to some instinctual level, I think, right, like this kind of like slippery slope thing, right? Like that if you push just a little bit more progressive, etc. That like we're going to have the loonies take over. A lot of people, I mean, like it was kind of happening in the opposite direction when Biden got elected, right? Like a lot of people elected Biden or voted for Biden because they wanted fucking normalcy to come back, right? Like they were sick of the constant media craziness, all of that stuff. And so they voted for Biden, right? And I think that still exists, but that doesn't necessarily exist as an ire against Trump. That has shifted as an ire against the Democrats, right? Like they see the Democrats, a lot of people see the Democrats chipping away, kind of like working with the left a little bit. And like the left, especially the leftists, they just see, the Democrats as like, fascist fucking, or maybe not even fascist if they're not that radical, but like as like neoliberal, pro-corporate, whatever. And they are, right? But it's that, I think ultimately it comes down to that, like, do I believe you? And do I believe that you're just pushing a popular progressive idea, or am I worried that you're part of like that left that can't fucking stop? That like trans issues or all these other things, right? Like that, like they become linked. And like a lot of people are sick of that in the other regard. But like when we look at Luigi and like the assassination of the United Care CEO,
yep,
right? A fuck ton of the right were all for it, right? Like that's how progressive and socialist the American populace is. Politically speaking, from a policy position, there are a lot more socialists than there are limited government, fiscally responsible, conservatives in this country. Like people talk all the time about how this country is so right wing or whatever. Bullshit. Like right wingers were coming out everywhere to shit on any fucking conservative that had a take that was not like, no, fuck the CEOs, fuck the healthcare companies.
Well, I know it's a bit of a meme. I know it's a bit of a meme at this point. I guess it's a counterfactual. We'll never, it's unfalsifiable in some sense, but I really do think this
I'm
intersection.
talking in the realm of theory. I don't fucking know. I don't know the minds.
I really no. I'm talking about what I'm about to say, not what you said. I was saying that because what you're saying is correct, I think, but the counterfactual that I'm going to bring up is I really do think there's an intersection of like Bernie Trump people, and you saw this in some polling, but I think that this intersection would have become much more apparent if we could observe both universes simultaneously in terms of like what a general election between the two would look like. Now, I don't mean to overplay my hand here. There's every chance in the world that Bernie loses to Trump or that this is a smaller effect than I'm thinking, but there were a lot of people who, I saw an interesting polling result. It was like, AOC plus 20 in this one precinct, Trump plus 5 in the same precinct, right? Something like that. Mm-hmm. And it's because when people in AOC's district were interviewed, they asked, how the fuck could you possibly vote for AOC and Donald Trump? They are quite literally diametrically opposed forces. The consistent answer
at all.
Well, obviously, in your opinion, but I'm saying, obviously AOC is oppositional to Trump and Trump is oppositional to AOC. The consistent answer was, look, we really are just voting for, we're voting on basically anti-establishment, thinking. We think of Trump and AOC as part of a similar anti-establishment messaging, right? And that's one of the That's one of the troubles I have with a lot of Democratic candidates in general. Like some people will suggest, oh, Gavin Newsom, Pete Buttigieg, right? And it's like, look, nothing against those people. Yeah, like nothing against those people as people necessarily, but when you look at Gavin Newsom and when you look at Pete Buttigieg and you hear them speak, they ooze establishment. They can't help it. It's just who they are, right?
They even have like the finger fucking John
yeah,
F.
they're just not they're not the candidates for this moment, right? And and that's kind of the thing is like as much as you want to hate on AOC if you're like a moderate Democrat, I've had so many people message me, tweet at me, oh, Econoboy's a dumbass. Like he thinks AOC is a viable 2028 candidate, and it's like, look. I think there's.
I'm in 100% agreement with you here.
Yeah, there's to me there is much more. Well, I was just going to say that there's much more reason, in my view, to think that if we get to a general election in 2028, if it's Pete Buttigieg versus AOC, I just think AOC does better than Pete Buttigieg. I just think she does because she is willing to take on that anti-establishment
side. Here comes the lesson
coding.
learned part, right? Will the DNC and the fucking their corporate media connections and their corrupt bullshit that they engage in with that and their fucking utilization of super delegates learn that fucking lesson.
Well, 2028 it'll be the most open. It'll be the most open primary in multiple generations of Democratic, probably since 2004 that I can think of, right? Where in 2004, you had the vice president, no Clintons were on the ballot, relatively open primary. But in 2008, you had Obama as an outsider. He obviously has no opposition in 2012. 16 was Hillary. It was just totally in the bag for Hillary from like every establishment figure. 2020, Biden, every establishment figure for the most part. It's a competitive primary, but like the establishment, clearly Biden was the guy. But in 2028, it's not clear, like, Kamala has made some hints that she'll run again, but I don't know that she wins a Democratic primary in 2028. Obama's aren't running, Biden's aren't running. It's pretty wide open. Like we might be getting a totally fresh last name in 2028. So you're right. Like I would hope that, I'm sure everyone's going to have their preference and you're going to see people like, I have every reason to believe that Nancy Pelosi is going to like, she's gonna like summon the power of like Satan for energy or whatever to like try and get fucking Gavin Newsom across the line. But like
here's
what
I think, right?
It'll be open. Yeah.
When very, very few people have an understanding of what they mean when they say left versus right. Right? Left versus right is really just a conversation on stability. It's not really a conversation on policy. It's not really a conversation on philosophical axioms. Right now, I think the right does have some philosophical axioms for sure, like, order over chaos, you know what I mean? Like tradition, certain philosophical presumptions of, the duties and responsibilities of man in society towards, generations that continue, etc. But for the most part, it's where you sit in fucking Congress, right? I mean, like that's where it comes from, the monarchists and the anti-monarchists, right? And so the whole left-right paradigm only works so long as your current political structure and system is stable enough. And I mean this kind of like from a Marxian perspective, right? Like the material conditions of the populace are hopeful and well, right? And so what I have seen is a history with the boomers and even Gen Xers where America was stable and people were hopeful, right? Like they looked at where their parents were. They knew that they had opportunity to do better and that they knew that it wasn't going to be like, a soul crushing effort to do better. And what you're seeing beginning with millennials, but especially with Gen Z, is they don't live in that world, right? They don't live in a world where they go, clearly I'm going to do better than my parents. They live in a world where they're like, am I ever going to buy a home? They live in a world where, getting a job, getting a college degree doesn't guarantee them a good job anymore, right? They live in a completely different economy and they live in a world that is tumultuous culturally, right? There are not these hard line kind of like positions of shared values amongst most Americans, and there's not these hard line kind of like or like cohesive left-right values, right? The right has fucking literal neo-Nazis coming back, though I argue they're socialists and they're the left wing in a lot of way, but I'm not going to deny that like the people that become Nazis are not usually your fucking centrist Democrat voter, right? Right, like that's where they come from. The philosophy might be socialist as far as I'm concerned, but that doesn't mean that they're not coming from the right? And then we have like the populists, and then we have the rhinos and the neocons, and the same thing on the left, right? The radical factions on the left, etc. And so this entire concept of like, what does the left want? What does the right want? What does the left learn? What does the right learn? All of that shit starts to go out the window when people get mad at the system itself. And most people are not political junkies, right? Like they're not economically literate at all. They're not politically literate at all. Like the distinction of like where the philosophy undergirds, a certain economic policy is completely fucking lost on them. And so when that happens, what a larger and larger group of people are looking for is not what does the left offer me? What does the right offer me? They're saying, who's going to come in with a hammer and swing it and start knocking down shit that has been fucking me and my life up? And that is why AOC and Trump are so fucking similar. Like they're coming from completely different positions, right? But when AOC speaks, like it or not, I know my own chat and my own audience won't, right? But when she speaks, she engages in a conversation with the American people that say these wealthy motherfuckers have been fucking you over. These people have too much power. These people get away with too much shit. They need to be reined in, and like we need to fix things. And then and what else does she exude? Like it or not, because people on the right aren't going to agree to this, she exudes authenticity. She doesn't look like she's bought and paid for by a system that's been fucking them over. And the same thing is true of Trump, and it's the reason that the Bernie Bros existed. But the Bernie Bros were a much smaller cohort of the American populace than they are today. They may not be Bernie Bros, obviously, right? But that group of people that would vote for a Democrat or a Republican, so long as that person is willing to go in and say, no more business as usual, I'm ready to burn fucking whole things to the ground so that we can get back to like what Americans need and help fix these problems. Even if they're not good solutions, they don't know the difference between good and bad solutions. They just know a corporate bought out shill that fucking, that was a young fucking World Economic Forum person that went to a fucking Ivy League school and fucking has all the right connections and has the political speech down pat and has a bunch of fucking corporate donors is not the fucking guy they want.
I feel like there was a sense in 2016 in the Democratic primary from like the Hillary camp where it was almost like bewilderment. Like, why is this Bernie guy? Like, who is this guy? Some Jewish guy from Vermont, socialist? Like, how the fuck is this guy getting so, like, what's the deal? Like, it makes no sense. Our party isn't historically socialist and, obviously in a classic sense.
But it wasn't his policies. It wasn't his policies.
Exactly.
It was his authenticity. When he went before Congress and was like, here's a building. He did that shit for like 10 years when he was in Congress before the Senate. And he was like, here's a fucking building, okay, and there's 600 corporations in this building, and they have 2 phone numbers. And this is a tax loophole. And the rich are fucking you over because they're not paying their fair share. And it's like or love taxes, shit was just true. And people felt it. And people were like, these people are ones.
It's not just that it was true, though. It's that Bernie, it's probably hard to live up to the standard of Bernie, but Bernie is probably the penultimate example of like, look, there's so many people. My own grandma, a conservative lady, like certainly wouldn't call herself a socialist. Doesn't even understand the word, because she hasn't looked into it, but. She's the kind of lady who, she's not a Trump supporter to be fair, but she would say things like many people said, look, I don't know about this guy, but like, I believe him when he says something. I don't think he's lying. I don't think he's playing a character, and it's difficult because Bernie had at the time of running in 2016 had literally had a 40-year history of saying the exact same thing for 40 years straight on video, on camera, in recording. Like, nobody can doubt that this guy believes what he says he does, because what has he planned a 40-year conspiracy to run for president as an old man against, like, starting out polling at 2% against Hillary Clinton?
I'm not going to go that far with you, but I also appreciate. I disagree with that, but I don't disagree that the American public see him that way, right? I disagree that he's authentic, but I would say the
obviously,
same about
I'm sure as any politician, there are things that he's going to be compromising on and stuff, but he's probably the best example of a truly authentic politician. Like, I remember in 2020, and Elizabeth Warren was guilty of this, Beto O'Rourke was so many politicians were guilty of this, where it felt like the politician, they were fundamentally just scared of being themselves. Where like you would see like Elizabeth Warren, and I love Elizabeth Warren, but you'd see her do videos like, "Look at me, I like drinking beer. This is me and my husband drinking beer together." And it's like, Elizabeth, who told you to do this?
Like, why did you start taking acting classes from Mark Zuckerberg?
Yeah. Like, what do you like? If you're look, if you're the kind of person who likes to just sit on a couch and read books, or you're the kind of person who likes to play video games, or you're the kind of person who is a little bit more introverted, just be those things. Look at Bernie. Bernie's like a grouchy old man half the time, and people loved him, right? Because he's just being himself for the most part, right?
Yeah,
I think that's
even Tim Walz, right? Like I think
he had this
probably
energy. Yeah.
He was super fucking inauthentic from the right's perspective because of
How dare you, sir?
Because of his track record with the way he described his service, right? He lost all authenticity with right wingers, especially those that are deeply rooted in like the support our troops types, patriotic right wing people, right? Like and like the thing with China, et cetera, whatever, right? But like the thing that was too little, too late, but worked nevertheless was like him going on Twitch and playing some games, right? Like that's like he was authentic. He came off authentic in that way. But like you look at like why did Hillary Clinton lose in 2016 and like what didn't they capture? I think we're kind of hitting the same thing, right? I think like two moments that like just spring into my mind, right? For one from Clinton and one from Trump, like when she went on the Breakfast Club, with Charlemagne the God, and which for whatever fucking reason, like Democrats feel is like a necessary place to go now. I don't know why they think that place is so fucking culturally relevant, but whatever. When she went there and he was like, well, what's one thing you never leave home without? Right. And she was like, a bottle of hot sauce, because I'm from the South. And he was like, are you pandering to me right now?
Christ.
And then she just goes, is it working? And it was like, like that destroyed any faith or belief in like.
Dude, I remember my favorite Hillary playing both sides clip was when somebody asked, it's literally a 2-option question. Hey, Hillary, are you more extroverted or introverted? Like, not even are you introverted or extroverted? Are you more of one than the other? And she says, well, I mean, I like to think of myself really as both. And it's like, oh my God, just commit to a thing. Just say you're fucking more. Every fucking one is more of one or the other. Okay, just say you're more introverted or extroverted. It would give you a little personality. It'd give you a little thing. Like, come on, Hillary.
And like on the opposite, and I don't think anybody disagrees with me on this. I think this is pretty well known, at least from the right's perspective, that like the moment Trump won was in the debate when she talked about him and his tax records, and then he was like, "Yeah, I utilize tax loopholes. I make sure I don't pay my taxes. And every other businessman does it. And so do all of her donors. And when she and all of her friends were in power, they never stopped it because her donors don't want you to stop it." And it was like, I think that is like a moment, like that's a moment that belongs in textbooks, right? Like weirdly enough, because it showcased exactly the type of thing where like so many Americans would rather have a piece of shit that tells them how they're a piece of shit than have someone that pretends to be good to them. Right. And it was like we're all connected, wealthy, elite people, and I'm on your side. I'm against that shit. Even if it's true or not, that doesn't matter, right? Like what matters is that people saw that and said, "Oh shit." Right? Like that broke apart the whole like unspoken shit, right? Like there's a whole nother layer beneath of like shit we're not talking about, right? And then he was just like, he broke through that with his like Trump energy. And it's like, yeah, I mean, I think that is like the uncaptured thing here. And circling all the way back to like Democrats and like what they're, you know, like what they have to understand is like, if they don't get that authenticity, their policies don't matter. It doesn't matter whether or not their policies are popular. People are just going to tie them to the problem, whether it be the elitists and like the, you know, whether the right wing thinks it's like they're a bunch of woke DEI shit, or whether or not they think that they're, you know, just, you know, Jewish funded, or whether or not they think that they're fucking, you know, just a bunch of corporate people that, you know, give expensive speeches at Wall Street events and then pretend like they're for the people. Like, when the system is unstable like it is, and when prosperity is less hopeful in the minds of people, doesn't matter what the economic reality is. If people don't feel it, that's what matters, right? Like what it is that they're feeling. And people don't feel it. Like the culture is tumultuous. The economy feels horrible. And I think it is, you know, it's got a lot of problems. Like that authenticity is the only way you're going to win an election, left or right.
Yeah, for sure. And I think one key thing from Democrats is like we just have to be it needs to be understood that unless you're just a genuinely terrible person, which I guess that could be the case, like maybe that's why these guys play pretend so often.
Someone in chat said WWF was less scripted than a Bernie loss.
Than a Bernie loss. Well, I mean, like unless you're a genuinely terrible person, like it just doesn't really matter what weird little things about your personality exist. Like I feel like in, you know, if you've ever worked in politics or in political spaces, there's this, you know, there's a type of energy that you get from people who, I talked to Rob Noor about this recently, where it's like they're prepared, they're clean cut, they're watching like every single word that they say, because you know, to go off script is to maybe offend someone, or, you know, lose a connection that's valuable, or this or that. And it's like, not only is this an unsustainable way to live your life, I mean, a miserable time actually doing it, it's also just not, again, the right strategy for the moment, right? Like you have to be willing to just be yourself and be comfortable in your own skin. You know, because I think that's, you know, like, you know, we're going in circles here, but that's what people are really searching for is someone who kind of just seems normal, right?
Yeah, well, I think one of the things that has led to the loss of Democrats, that Democrats are completely blind to, right, is, for lack of a better term, Trump derangement syndrome, right? But more specifically, there is a lot of the media would try to find things from Trump rallies, speeches, interviews, and be like, look how horrible he is. And it's like, that shit was like fucking 70% of all political coverage, his entire lead up to 2016, his entire presidency. And it's like, they've kind of figured out that that's not working that well now. But they still, most of them in the establishment and in the DNC and in the nonprofit organizations and in the media, they don't get that that's not working, because to them and all of their friends, when they see Trump go, and they're like, oh my God, he's making fun of a disabled person, they all go, oh, that's so horrible. Play it some more. And to like normal people, they're beating a dead horse and they're making him look like, oh, he's just like me. Like they're making him look like, oh, he doesn't give a fuck. Yeah, whatever. He made fun of some asshole journalist. You know, like normal people do not care about your like, I'm offended shit anymore. Democrats do, like staunch Democrats do, the far left does, but your normies, your centrists, and your far right people, they have one of two opinions. They either go, I don't care, shut up, tell me about his actual policy positions or whatever, if, you know, to some degree, or like, just stop talking. I'm so sick of you guys bitching. Or they go, based. Those people shouldn't breed. Or some, you know what I mean? Like they're like way off. You know what I mean? They're like, hell yeah, make fun of them. The media are the enemy, right? Like those are the two opinions that you're getting from like a majority of Americans. And like they're stuck in this place where they think going after the right for being bad people works, but it only works to the people that are deeply tied to certain values that they assume everybody that's normal has but doesn't. You know what I mean?
I mean, I think there's probably, and what were we gonna say, Crowd? Sorry.
Oh no,
Okay.
like I just wanted to to chime in, like if possible.
Yeah, sure. That's yeah.
What?
He said he wanted to chime in.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
All right. Well, never
Yeah,
mind.
like I was just gonna add on to.
Okay, I think he has a
think
delay. I think he has a delay.
Crowd's
That
bit
might
of
be what's
a
going
bit of a delayed. I don't know what's happening. Delayed internet connection or something. He's over in Australia or something.
Yeah. We'll give you a moment of silence.
Okay.
To respond.
I'll just like hop back out and come right back in.
Okay.
Or that.
Okay.
Yeah. No, I mean, I agree. I think generally speaking, there's, and I don't know. I think that we've seen kind of some overtures to this from many members of democratic spaces and stuff, where it's like, guys, like with the language policing and this kind of stuff. Like, let's just take a chill pill on a lot of this stuff, right? I mean, I get the where it's coming from is a good place, and obviously you don't want to be offensive to people or whatever, but it's probably something that turns off a lot of people, and I think it's probably right that we shouldn't really overly focus on this from like a communal perspective, interpersonal perspective. Now, I maintain, to be fair, that actually establishment Democratic candidates like never actually engaged in this, right? Like you don't really see like Democratic nominees saying, excuse me, it's it's unhoused person. Like I don't really see scoldiness from like actually existing Democratic candidates, but certainly as a communal issue, that does seem to be the case. But lead from above, right? Like don't engage in that. Try to,
yeah, but like
try to touch a little
don't,
grass.
people
I
don't.
guess.
It's the problem is that people don't differentiate that way. Right?
No,
Like,
that's
they're
no,
not-
that's true. But
they're-
that's
they're
why
not
it's a hard
looking at
problem to solve.
candidate. Right. It's like that. This is a left problem. In terms of gaining the middle and the electorate, right? And so like when you see the media going after him, right, and like engaging in this, they get sick of it, and then they move closer to Trump. It's not so much that they're moving away from Kamala or whoever is, what I mean, like whatever, Republicans or whatever, or, whatever Democrat. It's not that they're moving away from that person or that they're even tying them. They just go, oh my God, I'm so sick of this shit. Like, shut the fuck up. Right. And that breaks down whatever fucking barriers they may or may not have had towards that candidate. It literally softens them. Like they're driving them away from the left, but it's less that they're driving them away from the left and more that they're overplaying their hand, and thus they're and thus as a totality, they're incapable of so many people are just they're willing to accept Trump shit. You know what I mean? It's like you can only be called racist so many times before the term racist holds no weight to you. Right? Like the racist, being called a racist was fucking powerful in the 90s. Right? Like in like late 90s, early 2000s, someone's like, dude, that's fucking racist.
It's like
People
getting
were
called
"Oh,
gay in the
shit."
90s.
You're right. Yeah, exactly. Right. You know what I mean? Like people are like, oh shit. Like, hold on. I didn't mean to be that way. Like, I'm sorry you felt that way or something. It's like, you get called racist out in the wild now. You're like, even when it's regular people, much less like internet shit or like politics, right? You're just like, cool thing, bro. Like nobody cares. Like it's lost its weight. It's overplayed. And so every time it happens, people are more and more like, you're an inauthentic piece of shit pushing a narrative for your side. And like that's a real fucking problem. Not just for the left, but like for America, for the world, right? Like because the usage of like the critical race theory bullshit, like the pushing of like, trying to teach CRT in schools with like social emotional learning, like all of that shit combined with the over usage of that, like That's why Nazis are fucking coming back, brother. Like like I know, like they weren't always there, right? Like, but the problem is a lot of fucking people got called racist over and over again for like normal ass opinions, and saw the left pushing shit like that over and over again, and then they got silenced on fucking Facebook and banned from Twitter for saying something that was racist, and before you know it, they're on fucking Daily Stormer.
Yeah, Truxmon. Yeah.
Yeah, there was like a full-on Nazi rally in my small Australian city like last week. So,
Okay.
yeah.
Well, I mean,
interesting.
I think that the right. Now, I'll push back on this a little bit because I think that what the right does very well, and maybe this is something we need to learn, both like how to organize ourselves better, but also just like as an effective messaging strategy.
But don't be saying we now. I don't want anybody to get confused hopping in.
Well, I'm saying we as in the members of the left, obviously, not like the we in this chat. But one thing that the right does very well is they, in our coalition politics, where the spectrum of each party is so wide, right? Like we don't have multi-party democracy where, oh yeah, like Die Linke in Germany, those are crazy guys.
We don't have coalition
like
governments.
Oh, Die Linke, those guys are crazy. We're the Social Democrats. Like just vote for the Soc Dems, don't vote for the Die Linke or whatever, right? Like that's easy to say in German politics, but when we're all under the same broad label, Democrat, Republican, Republicans do a very good job of saying, look at this school board in this suburban town in Oregon and look at the crazy shit that they're doing. This is what the left wants, right? And they message like crazy on those little examples here and there, right? And they really get people to believe that, genuinely speaking, like Kamala Harris is going to teach your white kid that he's a racist and that he should feel bad and that he should give his lunch money to a black kid as reparations, right? And it's like, holy shit, what the fuck, right? And
maybe it'll get a little antagonistic here. I don't necessarily want to because I kind of want to get out of here because it's midnight. But
race IQ.
Right, like what I will say is this is kind of what I mean, right? And I agree with you that the Republican social media messaging is heavily based off of nut picking, specific examples that are like wild, that are not the norm. But the problem is if you follow, if you're online and you're engaged and you follow those types of accounts that post those things, you're very quickly going to learn what social emotional learning is, what Portrait of a Graduate is. You're very quickly going to learn that like the Biden administration absolutely pushed to have critical race theory in schools. And you're going to learn about, Second Step, which has, boasts that they have over 2/3 of all elementary, was it 42%? I got to look at the exact number, but it's like, it's well over a third. I can't remember the exact percentage of like all elementary schools in America have their program, have some level of their SEL programs where they openly support, what is it? It's TSEL. It's transformative social emotional learning, where we need to teach critical theory. We need to teach, how students engage in a critical democracy where they're pushing Freirean concepts. Like, that's the thing, is that like when you go down the rabbit hole and you learn a little about it, you begin to realize that like, well, no, fucking Kamala Harris might not want some random black kid to beat up your white kid and demand, lunch money for reparations, but they absolutely engaged with activist leftist organizations to further inculcate all of American children in public schools and in private schools to some degree in critical race theory and in training and educating children to have socialist Marxist, well, I guess neo-Marxist, if you prefer, because it's not classical, neo-Marxist opinions on race. And it's like, yeah, are we cherry-picking crazy scenarios? And are they doing that as part of their messaging? Because that's what works to a large amount of people. You are correct that descriptively works, and that is like, that those instances are not like what all the left wants. And yet they're inexorably linked to the very thing. What they do want is what causes that. And, I don't know that And like I think that's part of like that goes back to that authenticity problem that we're talking about, right? Is like they're like, oh, they're crazy, nobody wants that. It's like, but you are supporting that shit.
Like, obviously, there's going to be platform issues that people that like we just like strictly disagree on. Like, one of the things in the article that I'm working on is, look, on a lot of these progressive issues, I just think that it's the right thing to do. Like, even if you were to tell me, hey, the Democrats lose 1 percentage point of their vote because they advocate for trans communities. Okay, like, what are we gonna do? Just be Republicans at a certain point? Like, we have to. We're different people. We have different moral priorities, right? So on one hand, there are gonna just be some things that we disagree on, but on the other hand, yeah, I mean, of course, I agree that there are certain things and certain parts of messaging that Democrats should pull back from, change, over focus on. Like, the last thing that I'll say, and I want to get out of here as well, is I think that one of the reasons why the woke stuff never really stuck to Bernie super duper hard when he ran for president either time, or even now when he's considered still one of the most popular politicians in the country, is because his messaging itself was extremely centered around economic material conditions. He never, for the most part, spoke about, he would talk about broad coalitions, brothers and sisters, diverse coalition of people,
gap and shit, but like nothing,
right.
Nothing like
but that's even like your suburban conservative moms are in favor of that stuff, right? But I'm saying, like, he would never get into any of this stuff. It was always the top 1% and income inequality, right? And so having a forceful positive message focused on something like that, I think, is just one way to to hopefully prevent a lot of like over focus on these kind of like niche wedge issues in our politics. But anyway, it was good talking to you. Anything else you want to talk about? I mean, before we hang up here,
real quick before you go.
Yeah.
I just wanted to jump in before you. It does seem, and this is also just from an outside perspective, like it really does seem like there's a strong bifurcation between we didn't go hard left enough, and we didn't connect with our voter base enough, like the workers of America, right? And you seem to be landing more on that we didn't go hard left enough. And most of the workers in America don't give a crap about most of the things that you're like, well, we could lose like 1% here and we could lose 1% there and whatever else.
Well, all that I'm saying is that I don't think that
the workers really care about like putting food on the table.
Well, but that's policy wonker. That's what we were talking about, right? So I'm not saying that the Democrats should make a key part of their plank, hey, HRT should be available, to trans people who want it or whatever. Like, I'm not saying that should be like a speech that is given in the middle of like a busy campaign season. But when a Democrat is asked the question, how do you feel about, XYZ policy with regards to trans people? Democrats should be willing to say, look, I support the trans community. I think trans communities should have access to this, that, or the other. And, we shouldn't, I think a lot of Democrats get caught up in this game where it's like, well, actually, Mr. Republican, yeah, I hate trans people just like you do. And, I believe that trans women in sports is the most evil thing in the world. And it's like, oh my God, guys, just like, literally just say, I support trans people. And by the way, the top 1% are evil. Like that, like that's basically what Bernie did. I just think that's a much more effective, messaging strategy, basically.
And on top of it, nobody believes it, right? Like when they try to like, dance around some social issue question, it's like, dude, you're doing more damage by trying to dance around this question than if you just fucking openly admitted what your position was.
Yeah, like Beto O'Rourke, when he was running for Senate in 2018,
kind of my point.
When he was running for Senate in 2018, this was before he became kind of a dead political candidate. He openly said, "Look, I want to ban assault weapons, and I'm running in Texas. I understand there's a lot of people in Texas that disagree with me on that." But he offered a bold, pointed message. He defended it. But ultimately, he was focused on a lot of the corruption from Ted Cruz, a lot of economic issues. He rode a popular Democratic wave at the time, but he wasn't afraid to be open about his progressive views when asked about them, right? And I think that that's just generally a better lesson to learn, especially when you compare like the performance of like Beto O'Rourke versus Colin Allred running against the same candidate, 2018-24, obviously presidential versus like a midterm, but still, like, I think that that's a better lesson to take away, not like, oh, the Democrats should just like be ultimately centrist on like every issue. Because in part, what Fabian and I were talking about earlier was that's kind of a problem in and of itself. That like when Democrats try to play the centrist, like nobody takes them seriously. Hey, if you're conservative on social issues and I'm conservative on social issues, I might as well just vote for this guy who's a Republican who's been conservative on these issues more consistently, right? Like you're never going to motivate those people to vote for you, right? It's in our entrenched, polarized time. It's mostly going to be about getting your base out to vote, and if that's really the game that we're playing, I think it's really important to offer a lot of meat to your base. That's what Trump did. He won this election, right?
All right.
But anyway, unfortunately, I can't talk anymore. It was really good talking to you guys. It's always fun to pop in. And I'll be sure to credit Fabian for the Democrats winning in 2026 for this strategic discussion we had. You know.
Yeah. Well, on the flip side, I'm just here to push philosophy, right?
True.
It's like there's very little difference if a Republican or a Democrat wins to me in most elections. So I would appreciate them being more authentic, so I can clip farm them and discuss why their policies and their positions are fucking terribad. You know, so like it's selfish of me as well. You know. But yeah, selfishness is the greatest good man can aspire to, and
True.
with that in mind, I need some sleep, and I'm going to be selfish.
Yep.
And
Talk
get
to you guys
some.
later.
So you'll have a fun time, boys. I'm hopping out.
Bye.
All right.
Good
Have
night.
fun if you're sleeping.
Peace. All right, let me cut this off. Stop virtual cam. Cut that off. Come over here. Do this bad boy. It's such a lengthy process. All right. Yeah, I meant what I said, boys. I got to get a little snack. I messed up my elbow in the gym today. It fucking hurts now. Didn't hurt that bad earlier, but now that I've been like sitting and in a chair for a long time and bullshitting and being animated and everything, it's like starting to hurt. All right. I will see you guys tomorrow. Crowd had some cool questions to talk to me. There's definitely you are a snack. I appreciate it. You know, Crowd had some stuff we're going to talk about tomorrow. There's some things I'm probably going to react to and discuss tomorrow. Should be a chill day tomorrow. Nothing crazy. Just kind of talking about some libertarian shit and, you know, reacting to a couple of things. And then I got the weekend coming up with the kids. But, you know, Monday, I think, it's not confirmed yet, but Monday we'll probably have an early stream, which means Monday is going to be long as fuck. I'm going to have Prime Kai's panel, but before that, I'm going to try and be on Midwestern Marx's show sometime between 6 and 8. So yeah, that'll be an interesting. We'll see how that goes. I don't know how long I'm going to be on the show. How angry it's going to get, or I don't know. Like I feel like I can actually probably have a good conversation with commies like that because they're well-read commies. So those conversations just tend to be a little bit more chill than than others. So we'll see. I have no idea what's going on. It's not 100% confirmed yet. We'll figure that out. But yeah, that is the goal. And if it's not then, it'll probably be like the week after that or something. But nevertheless, I'll see you guys tomorrow. See you in the Discord. Super chats always get read. Memberships only $4, and that's how you get the cool emotes and badges. Follow the Discord, hop in the Discord, and that's when you'll get the go lives and know what's going on. Like today, when the stream had technical difficulties and had to start a second new stream. You know, all that fun stuff. And follow me on X or Twitter, whatever you want to fucking call it. If you want to watch me be toxic. Grid, I see you, but it's midnight. I'm tired. I'm going to hop out of here. But it's nice to see you, brother.